Good evening, everybody. It's Lynn here, the Golivegranny, and I think I need my tripod up a bit higher. Sorry, folks. Not organised. How can I be not organised? You know, that's what it is. That's the nature of the beast. Anyway, I'm live streaming here, and it is Sunday the 24th of August, 2025. And oh my goodness. Well, first of all, if you're coming in on the live, welcome. If you're coming in on the replay, please pop replay in the comments, and then I will be able to see that you've commented, and I will try and respond. I always try and respond to everybody who comments. So let's hang on. Now I have to just get the pull up. So I am live. I can see that I am live on there now, folks. It is shenanigans. We've had shenanigans already, because normally I live stream on Facebook and on YouTube, and I am not able to do that tonight. I have had live stream shenanigans. Would you believe it? We have travel shenanigans, we have all sorts of shenanigans, and tonight we've got live stream shenanigans. Hello, Tracy. I can see you coming in. Tracy, I don't know if you can tag Heather. Let's see if I can tag Heather, because she will try and come in on. There. I think I can tag her, because she will try and come in on YouTube. Hi, Susan. Nice to see you in. So basically what's happened tonight, folks, is I tried to set up the live stream so that we could go normally as we do live on Facebook and YouTube. And StreamYard decided that they are not playing the game. So StreamYard is a streaming software that Tristan and I use. And we have a contract that doesn't finish. Hi, Marjorie. We have a contract that doesn't finish until September. So when I tried to set up the broadcast, so I go simultaneously live onto two platforms, Facebook and Golivegranny, it said you can only stream to one platform, and if you want to do more, you'll have to pay. Now, we're still in a contract with them, so that should not be happening. But it does mean that I'm only live on Facebook tonight. So I haven't even bothered to go through StreamYard, because let's just put the brightness down on the screen. It might take that. Let's see. It might take the glare off my glasses, folks. Sorry. It's just trying to just give you the best experience. But I get the glare on my glasses because I've got my laptop open. So yes, so that's not for YouTube, not YouTube, StreamYard. They're not playing the game fairly. They're actually, we're not going to renew our contract with them. You've got to treat your customers properly. Hi, Janet, nice to see you in the broadcast as well. So I am just streaming here on Facebook tonight. Oh, thank you. Tracy is tagging everybody to bring them in. Hi, Sam. Nice to see you. Hi, Richard, coming in. So Heather and Debs and Hazel, they usually... and Bob. Now, Bob, I don't know if anybody can contact... Bob Geffey, who's one of our Australian viewers and only watches through YouTube, I don't know how to contact him. I've tried to send a message through YouTube, but he's actually staying on the Isle of Wight at the moment. I know which hotel he's staying in. What a week for me not to be able to connect with him on YouTube. So he's actually staying here on the Isle of Wight. It would be amazing. It would be, Richard's saying Andrew's probably mid-flight somewhere. Okay. We don't mind. That's a good enough excuse not to be joining in if he's mid-flight. We don't worry. There's always the option of people watching the replay. Now, please forgive me if I fall asleep. I have had the most amazing week, but I've had the most busy week, run off my feet. And in fact, I was a bit frightened that I was going to fall asleep this evening before I broadcast. But actually, I was going to set my alarms, but I didn't set my alarms. Andrew's in Benidorm, or been to Benidorm. Either going or coming. I can't remember which way he's going. So yes, it has been amazing But, you know, lots going on. I've had travel shenanigans. I've had streaming shenanigans. You name it, there have been shenanigans. You name it, there's been a lot of fun. You name it, there's been a lot of new friends, a lot of new followers coming onto the channels. It's just amazing, just what is happening. And the viewer numbers are starting to explode because, of course, not only do I stream here. Yes, that's right. Richard sent me a poke. But if I'd been asleep, Richard, that poke wouldn't have woken me up, even if it pinged on my phone, because I sleep through hurricanes. But fortunately, thank you for thinking of me, but I actually was awake. I was actually watching something about The Sound of Music. Yes, I've been chatting with Tracy online. Tracy was showing me pictures of Ryde today. Tracy and I and Tasha were down. We were down in Ryde. We met up at the scooter ride out here on the island, and Tracy's just sent me aerial pictures of what Ryde looked like today, and it was heaving. It was amazing, you know. So our tourist numbers this weekend have shot up, rocketed. I did hear that the ferries have, the ferries have had their busiest time in a very, very long time. And I know if Ryde was anything to go by, Ryde was absolutely heaving. I've never seen Ryde as busy as it was today. It was busy yesterday, even more busy today. So for those of you who don't know, if you're coming in and you don't know where I am, I'm based on the Isle of Wight, which is a small island off the south coast of the UK. And we explain that because we have international viewers come in sometimes. Richard is saying the drone footage is the future. It certainly is. I am not going to get a drone. Can you imagine if I had a drone and I get muddled with technology? My drone would land everywhere where it wasn't supposed to. So I think I'll just stick with the iPhone for now. I need Team Golivegranny to do the drone. So yes, Richard says it's strange that the ferries run on time when it's profitable. But you know, I had travel shenanigans, I had hovercraft shenanigans, all sorts of things have happened this week. So let me take you back to the beginning of the week, because it got busier and busier as the weekend went on. So I live streamed to you last Sunday. I was here at home last Sunday, having been, to my daughter's earlier. What's Marjorie saying? She was in Ryde yesterday with her little boy, the little chef from Mardi Gras, watching the children's carnival. It was lovely. It was amazing, the children's carnival here in Ryde yesterday. So I'll come back to talk about that in a minute. So much amazing stuff going on. So I'll walk you through my week, but you know me, I go off at a tangent here and off at a tangent here, and if people don't like it, then they don't need to watch. But if you do like it, you can keep coming back. So on Monday, I went to Bournemouth, and I think I had shenanigans on Monday, or it's the start of shenanigans that turned out not to be shenanigans in the end, because I went across on the hovercraft, as I usually do, but the hovercraft left late, I think. Yes, I think we left late, so I only had a very short connection time. I think I was supposed to have 23 minutes. Was it that going that way or the other way? I was supposed to have a bigger connection time, and it ended up being only about 8 minutes to get off the hover bus and go round to the station. And then normally I have to go up in a lift, and of course we have to wait for the lift, and sometimes there's too many people in the lift. And I thought I'd got to go up to the platform up there. Fortunately, because I was going to Bournemouth, I didn't need to go upstairs, and I came running through this, running as fast as I could, and I came through the station quickly. Then, of course, I've got to get my ticket up on my phone, which I already had on my phone. Then I have to negotiate the, scanning it on the ticket barrier to open the doors so I could get through. And then I'm running through, and I'm saying to the station staff, where's the Bournemouth train? And fortunately, it was on the same level. It was just round the corner from the ticket barrier. So it meant I actually did catch the train. I didn't miss the train, but I thought I was going to miss the train. So it's all right. You like tango? You said, oh, tangents. Oh, you like tango? No, it's tangents I'm talking about. you'd be crashing into the Spinnaker Tower with the drone. I'm sure I would be hitting the Spinnaker Tower if I had a drone. Not a great idea. Sorry, I'm looking at the comments over there because it's easier to read them there than it is to read them there. And now I've worked out how to put the sound off on my laptop so that you don't have the echo of me here and here. So, let me see. Yes, so I caught the train. And I had a through ticket to Bournemouth. Now, I had to decide, did I want to go to Bournemouth? Did I want to go to Christchurch? The nearest station to my sister is Folkestone. But Folkestone do not have a working lift. They have some very, very steep stairs, which I found out on a previous occasion when before I had Navy Nora, but I was travelling with, a suitcase and going to my sister's. So that's some years ago. And I got off at Folkestone, and it's quite a remote station. Fortunately, another passenger got off as well and helped me up the steps because it's a very steep stair. It's very steep. They've got a lift, but it's not working. They don't have a working lift. So now I avoid Folkestone. Usually I go to my sister's in my daughter's car, but I was not with my daughter. She was coming down from Wiltshire. And I said, well, rather than go to Wiltshire to go to Bournemouth, it made more sense for me to get on a train and go straight to Bournemouth. And in fact, my daughter went to my sister's on Sunday evening. I went on Monday morning, and then she packed. So we had to decide, was I going to Christchurch or was I going to go to Bournemouth? Equidistant, but we then had to find out where was it easier for her to park the car. So let's see. I can see more people coming in. Oh dear, Tracy, you are making me laugh. Let's have a look. Let's see. So Richard thinks that I might crash the dome into Apley Tower. Well done with the laptop learning curve. Yes, always, every day's a school day. Always new things to learn, and I've managed to work out how to turn the brightness down and how to put it on so that you don't get the sound on. So that's amazing. I never did work out how to do that on my big computer, but now I don't have to sit in the other room. I can sit here in my nice comfy chair and stream from here. So Richard thinks I will bang if I had a drone, I would go bash it into the Apley Tower, and that's a building to be preserved. We don't want to knock that down. And Tracy does make me laugh. She says, goodness me, I've seen Lynn with Navy Nora. So those of you who don't know, Navy Nora is my wheeled walker. So it's a walker, but it's like a shopping trolley, but it's like a seat as well. And so I can sit on it, I can load it up with my shopping, and then I can put extra things I strap on when I go anywhere. I have all my bags and things strapped on. And I have learnt the hard way that it's always good to tie the bags on and strap things down because I have had all sorts of disasters with bags flying off Navy Nora. So I think we've cracked it mostly now, that it's okay. So Tracy's saying she's seen me with Navy Nora. Please, nobody trust her with a drone. And I'm sure you won't trust me with a drone. I don't think anybody's going to give me a drone for my birthday. I'm not sure if they did that I would actually, I wouldn't pass it on to somebody who knew what they were doing. Pat says she used to go to Folkestone when she visited her mum. A dreadful station, isn't it? Yes, and they will not do the lift. It's terrible. I will never go to that station again. On that previous occasion years ago, if another passenger hadn't got off the platform there, I would have been stranded. I would have had to, I had a mobile phone, so I think I would have had to ring somebody to come and rescue me from the station, because I think it's not very much manned station either. I'm not going there again anyway. Let's not worry about that. It is a nightmare. So nice to see you in, Pat. So Pat, she was the reason that I went into the ride Victoria Arcade today. So Pat and I have known each other a long time. Pat is a crocheter. I'm a knitter. Hi, Virginia. Nice to see you coming in, and Janet there. So I did tag Heather, didn't I? I don't know whether Heather will find us. I hope she will, and I hope Steve will find us. I did try and send him a message on YouTube because, of course, we can't get YouTube on tonight. So Pat and I know each other for a long, long way back, and she's an avid crocheter, and I'm an avid knitter, and hi Anne, she had a stall at the market, the Ride Market in Victoria Arcade today, and she knew I was going to be down in town because there was so much going on, and so she said, "Oh, could I pop into the Victoria Arcade?" Because of course I like to tell the world what's going on, and a nice market is a good thing to do. Well, it cost me, didn't it? But it's okay. It doesn't matter because I went in and I live streamed in the market. You know, because we need all the publicity we can get to tell the world what's going on our beautiful island and to make sure that people know. And so I did a lot of photographs, which I will put into into a reel and put those all up, individual photographs. But I also then live streamed, and I was live streaming, and Tracy was watching me live stream, and she said, "Oh my goodness." She said, "Oh my goodness." She said, "Is that a gnome? Is that a bumblebee gnome I can see on the table?" And it was a bumblebee gnome. And Tracy has a real passion for bumblebees. Hi, Paul. Nice to see you coming in. So Tracy has a passion for bumblebees. And this was a bumblebee gonk. And the reason Tracy was a big supporter of the Kessie Kindness charity, which was set up in the name of a little girl who passed way too soon, and then her mum set up a charity called Kessie's Kindness, and because Kessie liked bumblebees, because she liked bumblebees, there's a lot going on around bumblebees with the Kessie Kindness charity. And so obviously Tracy has this thing about bumblebees. You might have seen me recently with some, I don't know where I've put them, some bumblebee boppers that I have, because I used to be called Mummy Buzz because I used to run a charity called White Buzz. So obviously the bees and the buzz for that connected. So I love anything with bees, but so did Tracy. So I was talking to Pat, and Tracy said, is that this bumblebee gonk? So I then, while I was live streaming, I was live streaming the table, so you couldn't see me on that occasion. The camera was around the other way. And I was trying to tell Pat to take the bumblebee off the table because I was going to buy it when I finished live streaming. So I hope Tracy didn't get any of that going on while I was live streaming. And then I chose another gift for Tracy's daughter, because Tracy and Tasha, her daughter, they are brilliant as Team Go Live Granny, as the support team for Go Live Granny. So they do all sorts of things for me. Like, Tracy will tag people. She will find information. She's already found all the information for the buses I need to get to St Helens Carnival tomorrow, because I said, I've got to look up the bus times. And before I'd even finished telling her online, she'd already looked them up for me. So it was just amazing. So I'm going to go back to some of the comments. Hang on. So Paul Richard saying, did you see the news, Lynn, about the new Freeview Hobbycraft channel? Yes, I did. Keep me away from it. It's costing me too much money. Actually, I haven't done much. I haven't done any streaming or videoing of my papercraft. I haven't done any papercraft for a while. And of course, those of you who've been watching me a long time know that I promised sometime last year that I would do some live streaming of me papercrafting. Well, I couldn't do it straight away because my nails were not beautiful for the camera. So now, look, this is the latest. I had these done on, when did I have these done? Friday afternoon. And I have been having my nails done for over a year, and I haven't yet done the streaming and the videoing of me papercrafting. So I need to put that right, but I'm not quite sure where I'm going to find a minute, because I have been so busy going to family and then live streaming here and going there, and just crazy. For retirement, it's bonkers. Anyway, I'm loving it, don't get me wrong. And so I've gone off at a tangent and I've forgotten what I was going to say. So wait a minute, let's see. So I did, yes, so I was saying, I'm hoping very soon to be able to do some crafting on the camera. And I was trying to work out how because there's a way to have, so I've got a tripod that will go over and look down at my work and my hands, but then you wouldn't be able to see me and I wouldn't be able to see the camera. So I need a way. I know there's a way where you can, I can actually be in the corner and watch it, but actually that sounds a bit complicated. I did see somebody doing some crafting, and they just put the camera at the side, so you could see sideways on what the girl was doing. I might give that a try. So let's see. So yes, crafting I got to get back to. I have been doing some knitting. I did some intense knitting a week or so ago, couple of weeks ago. Loads of, I was knitting every minute I could find to knit, to make prizes for so first of all it was Sandown Regatta for prizes to support Sandown Carnival, and then it was some gifts to support Ride Carnival. And so some of those were in the tombola yesterday that they were doing in Ride. I saw one of my gifts. By the time I got there, a lot of the gifts have gone, but I did see one of my gifts on the table, a couple of my gifts on the table there. It's nice to see, but even nicer when they've gone into people's hands and they, So this week I have not done intense knitting because I sort of knitted myself too intently last time. Hi, Sophie. And so this week has been a bit quieter on the knitting front. I'm knitting a panda. I will show you in a minute. So getting ready for the next batch of fundraising things that people want. So Paul McGinley came in there. So Richard saying, like him with the tigers, he remembers gonks in the 70s. Yes, well, they were well popular then, but they're coming back, aren't they? They're back in fashion. I saw some gonks today in a shop. I'll tell you about that in a little while. Oops, just banged my nail. So Tracy says she's just popped to make a coffee and we've jumped onto today. That was a quick one. She popped out while I was talking about the beginning. Oh, yeah. You know me, Tracy. I go from the beginning of the week to the back of the week and just everything in between, because that's how my brain is wired. So let's see. Wait a minute. I don't know. Have we got any more there? No. So, right. Okay. So on Monday, I went, I was going to Bournemouth, and as I say, I had very little time to do the changeover at Portsmouth and Southsea Station. And fortunately, I didn't have to go up in the lift, which meant I actually caught the train. So I come running through, hurrying through the barrier, and I was saying, which platform do I need? And he says, this one here. And then I said, I need passenger assistant, but somebody was there to help me onto the train. That was fine. And then, we left on time, and that was going to be great. So I had decided, we didn't know whether I was going to, originally, where should I book my ticket, to Bournemouth or Christchurch? In the end, I decided to go to Bournemouth. And then I realised when I was going to Bournemouth that I went through Christchurch, and I could have got off at Christchurch, which was before Bournemouth, and I don't know if it would have been any cheaper on the train. But apparently it might not have been such a good idea, because at Christchurch I might have had to change platforms. No, wait a minute. No, not change platforms, but it depends which side of the station I came in on, as to where my daughter was. So good evening, Joy. Nice to see you coming in. So when my daughter was meeting at Bournemouth, again, there were two sides to where I could be. She could park this side or she could park this side. So she said, where are you coming in? I said, I don't know. I didn't know which platform I was coming in on. And it was mega busy. It was mega busy on Monday. But I came in on platform 1, and fortunately she was parked on that side of the station, and only about 10 or 15 minutes from my sister's house. So she picked me up, and off we went to my sister's. And as I say, it was absolutely packed, the station. She wasn't sure whether she'd be allowed to come on the platform and find me, because used to have those old-fashioned things called platform tickets, but I don't think they sell platform tickets these days. But my daughter managed to talk her way through to come and find her mum. So she and my granddaughter found me, and then we went back, and we had a lovely, so that was Monday, and we didn't go out or anything on Monday. We chilled out, we chatted, my sister and my daughter. My sister has a big house, so you can have children going off in the other room doing their screens or whatever. She's got a TV in more than one room, so it works well for different age groups all getting together. And so that was good, and they have their screens with them, you know, the youngsters, and you know, they're not allowed screen time, you know, all the time, but sometimes, you know, a chill out time is good. So, and it also gives the adults a bit of a break too. So we had a lovely rest of the day on Monday, and then what did we do? I think we were going to go. I can't remember what we did on Tuesday. We were going to go to the beach, but we didn't go to the beach on Tuesday. What did we do? Oh, we had a little walk into town. That's right. We walked down into the towns. So my sister lives in Southbourne, and we walked down into the bit of town there. And I found some quirky things. You might have seen my pictures online. We found a lovely quirky gift shop where I bought some magnets. I saw some magnets that were musical notes. And my sister was very musical. I do not have the same talent as my sister, but anything musical reminds me of my sister. I mean, she says now that she hasn't practiced piano for a long time, so she doesn't do as much as she did. But I saw the musical notes and I just thought, wow, that's going to be a nice little thank you gift for her. So I bought her some musical notes. One of my granddaughters bought herself a nice jacket in there, leather jacket. It was one of those quirky shops that sold so many different things. But those quirky things that, you know, those things that make you smile, some things with fun sayings on and all that sort of thing. There were lots of glittery things in the shop. I was tempted, but I didn't. Yes, quirky is very good, isn't it? And so it was wonderful. And so we had a lovely time in there. And then my grandchildren wanted to go around the charity shops. My daughter's sister-in-law, so her husband's sister, has got into doing Vinted, and she's got my daughter and her daughters into doing Vinted, putting things on Vinted and selling them. So what they do is they go into the charity shops, they find some of the branded goods, and they buy them from the charity shops, and then they sell them on Vinted, and they are making, you know, they might make £2 here or £3 there, but it's just a fun little project to teach them that you can do these things. And so Tasha's sister-in-law has been doing that, and so that, you know, they decide they're looking at, so they wanted to go to the charity shop, but I had enough. And so my sister and I, we went and had a coffee while they were doing what they needed to do. And then they came and joined us afterwards. So that was nice. And then on Wednesday, my daughter and her family were going home, but they didn't go home till early evening. So we had our beach day on Wednesday. So my sister lives not far from the beach, like I live not far from the beach. But in Bournemouth, the beach is down. So, you know, you park up here and the beach is way down. And one area that they normally like to go is very steep. It's a very zigzag. And, you know, I've got navy Laura, but if I'm not careful, I would go skidding right down. There is a handrail, and my granddaughters were very good. So they sort of, you know, ready to grab me if I start rolling away. So but that's where they normally go. And down there, near there, is an ice cream kiosk at the bottom. But there was a lovely bench that we always used to sit on. Well, my sister told me they'd got rid of the bench. How dare they? Anyway, it didn't matter, because what we decided to do further up, and in Bournemouth, you don't pay to park for the beach. You know, in Isle of Wight, wherever you pay to park, they almost charging you to park on your own land here on the Isle of Wight. And if only they got it, that if they had free parking, more people would spend more money in the towns and generate all sorts of things. And the council would benefit in the end. Anyway, get off your hobby horse, Lynn. Like Ventnor. Ventnor is very steep, yes. Ryde is steep as well, Richard, of course. So anyway, so we went further up. So my daughter dropped us near where there's a lift. So there's a lift that goes down to the beach. But I decided that I could walk down and I'd have the lift coming back on the way back. So I walked down, and this way, where we parked this time, was not so steep. It was a more gradual incline, down, decline, down. So we went along there, and then we found our pitch. So we decided, for us, hi Linda, for some of us older ladies, it's quite useful to be near a toilet, especially a disability toilet for me. So we walked along the beach to walk towards the facilities. This way was the ice cream parlour, and that way was the loo. So we were up somewhere up there, which suited us. I know I'm not supposed to talk about toilets, but it always seems to creep in. So anyway, I didn't want to go on the beach because Navy Nora's wheels doesn't work on the beach. But in Ryde, we have the boardwalks that so there's wooden slatting on the beaches in the summer in Ryde, so I can get down. But it didn't matter because so in Ryde, the tide goes out miles and miles and miles, and you've got loads of beach, and then the tide comes in, and you've still got a big expanse of beach. In Bournemouth, it doesn't go out. The tide doesn't go right out like that. There's a reasonable amount of sand before you get to the sea. But because the children are bigger now, we don't need to sit right on the water's edge. We can see the bigger ones because the youngest one is 11, nearly 12. And then you've got the 18-year-old, and the 15-year-old wasn't with us. She stayed at home with Daddy. I can talk about toilets. Everybody needs them. They most certainly do. Absolutely. And without them, we're a bit stuck. And, they do crop up now because lots of the toilets are locked when they should be open. And, how can you help the residents if the toilets aren't open? And how can you attract tourists if you haven't got toilets open? It's basic needs. I'm sure there's a law that says they must provide them. I don't know. Somebody will tell me, I am sure. But for a minute, I'm just going to have a drink, folks. Just got some of my lovely Pepsi Max cherry, because that's what I can have on my Slimming World. It's got no sins in it. And I'm drinking out of my I Love You to the Moon and Back. This was one from one of my children. My children give me lovely mugs with all sorts of lovely sayings on them. There we go. Yes. So what happened? I sat on the esplanade, and there was some railings. But there was a bit of a gap in the railings here. There was one piece of railing that I put my feet up. So I sat on the esplanade, but the family sat just the other side. So they were just down on the sand, just right near me. So it worked very well for all of us. And then the big ones, they went in the water. It was a bit of a blustery day. Down there, I've often been cold. Now, it's been beautiful weather through the summer, and when I've been going to my daughter's, I've risked not taking a coat in the last few weeks I've been going there. And, I have a cardigan, and I have a gilet, and I have a little rain jacket, should it rain. But this time I didn't risk going without a coat because I knew they wanted me to go down to the beach. So in the past, when I wasn't so well, when I was recovering from pneumonia, I didn't go to the beach with them when we were there, and so I'd stay back home. I don't mind staying home. I don't want to spoil their fun, but this time I knew they wanted to get me to go to the beach, and I actually feeling so much healthier and better. So I thought, well, let's give this a whirl. But I did take a coat. And you know what? It was good I took a coat, but actually I didn't wear the coat. My sister did, because it was blowy. It was a beautiful day, but it was blowy and the wind was a bit cold. And so I have a lovely thick cardigan that I bought recently, one of those bargain buys, because I had to buy smaller clothes because I've lost nearly 4 stone. So I treated myself to a nice thick navy cardigan that goes with most of the things I wear. I don't want to buy too many clothes this size in case I shrink any more, and then I got to buy more clothes. So I put my cardigan on and I put my gilet on. My sister was cold, and I said, well, do you want to put my coat on? And which she did, and she was very grateful for it. So we had a lovely time down there. We were down there about 2 hours, I think. When we go to the beach, it's usually when everybody else is leaving the beach, because by the time we get organised and get out, it is so late. We are that sort of family, all of us. So anyway, It's you know, we had a lovely time down there, and then when we were coming back, I said, look, I'm going to use the lift. I'm going to go up in the lift because I know my limitations, and if I push myself too hard, then I become, you know, I have to sort of duck out of other things. So it seemed silly not to. So I was going to pay to go up in the lift. It was £2.90. That's huge money to go up in the lift, but actually. What they did, they allowed my sister to go free. She actually paid, but they allowed her to go free as my carer. Wasn't that kind of them? So we only had to pay for one of us to go up in the lift. So my sister and I went up in the lift, and the youngsters came up. They walked up, and we waited at the top, but not before they'd all had an ice cream. But I didn't have the ice cream because I'm doing Slimming World, and I like treats. I do have treats, and you know, some of you saw me have a huge, great ice cream when the children had finished their A-level exams and we were celebrating. But you know, I have treats like that, few and far between, and I enjoy them so much more if I have them as a treat like that. So anyway, I'm going to go back to some of the comments, otherwise I shall lose all the comments, and then I'll come back to the rest of what was going on. So Tracy's saying, hang on, you can talk about everyone needs them. So Tracy's saying, by UK law, requires toilet facilities to be provided in specific locations, including workplaces and certain public and commercial buildings, with provisions for disabled people and inclusive access. Yeah, but I saw on the ride notice board, I think it was, somebody was talking about toilets, and Karen, one of the counsellors, and I mean, she wasn't being awkward. She's very helpful to trying to get things done, but she put down that actually it's not statutory. They don't have to provide the toilets now. So I don't know, you know. I don't know too much about the law, but that's what she was saying. So, and of course we have that ridiculous thing on Ride Seafront, which I haven't sorted out yet because I've been far too busy, where the the disabled toilet opens at 6:30 in the morning, which means you miss the train going up the pier, because the train going up the pier to the Fast Cat goes at 6:32, and the disabled toilet isn't unlocked till... Oh, it's crazy, because a disabled toilet you need a radar key for, but they overlock it. They lock it after the trading hours for the toilet, if you have trading hours for a toilet. But it's absolutely bonkers, because that bit of the station has shutters. So it's shuttered here, and it's got doors that are locked there. So at night, you can't use those toilets because the shutters are down. So why they then open the shutters but don't leave the toilets unlocked in the morning? So I got caught when I had to go... I mean, I know some of you know this story. I had to go to the mainland early a couple of weeks ago. I'm never normally up at that time, but I was at the station at 6 o'clock. I was on the 20 to 7 Fast Cat, and if I hadn't realised in time, I would have been at the other end of the pier, and then I would have had to come back because I had to get paper tickets, and there's no ticket machine at the end of the pier. I'd ordered them, but I had to collect them, and I had to collect them in the station before you go up the pier. So fortunately I knew that, otherwise I'd have got caught out. And it was an occasion when they wouldn't let me have electronic tickets. Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. I have no idea. I think it depends which way the wind's blowing or what day it is or something. I don't know. I still haven't worked that one out. But I just remind people of this story. So the disabled toilet opens at 6:30. This was a Monday morning. The toilets for the non-disabled open at 6. They're next to each other, right? But to get to the non-disabled toilets, there's a heavy double doors. So I couldn't get in with my radar key, and I didn't want to miss going because, you know, if I wait till 6:30, I'm going to miss the train and I'm going to miss my Fast Cat. That's bonkers. There's no joined up thinking here at all. And so somebody in the cafe, the new cafe that was there, came running out and said, can I help you? And I said, well, yes, I've got a radar key. It's not opening the door. So if you can watch my Navy Nora for me, I can go in the disabled loo, but I can't hold, the doors are so heavy that I had to get her to hold the doors open so I could get in and use the non-disabled loo, and she just looked after my Navy Nora, my walker. So that was that. But when I came out, this is the bonkers thing, somebody was unlocking, so it was still only around 6 o'clock, and somebody was unlocking the disabled toilet. Somebody official, you know, doing the unlocking before we unlock it with our keys. So it's double locked, and then they unlock it and we can use our radar key. So I said, why does it say 6:30? Why don't you open this toilet at the same time as that toilet? So he said, well, we can't open at 6 o'clock because there's nobody here to open at 6 o'clock. And yet it was 6 o'clock and he was opening it. I didn't like to say to him, but at 6 o'clock and you're opening it? So anyway, he said, well, this toilet is owned by the station. That's a disabled one. And these toilets are opened by the town council. So the town council will allow you to pee earlier than the station will. You know, that is not joined up thinking, and that is discrimination against people with disabilities, and it needs to be sorted. And when I get a minute, I will find out who I need to get it sorted with. I don't know who I need to get it sorted with. But Marjorie is saying she wishes there were more public toilets on the island. I'm getting to know where they all are. And also, if you're a person who needs the toilet urgently, like lots of us are these days, you can get a card. I'm not quite sure where you got it because somebody gave me this card. So you can get a card and show it in a hotel or a shop or somewhere, and they have to let you use their toilets. There we go. But Tracy's saying that's not good if you're someone in a wheelchair. Are they trying to make people in wheelchairs stay at home and be isolated? And you know, this is my big worry, because this sort of activity, this sort of discrimination will lead to more suicides. Suicide rates are on the increase. It's terrible, absolutely terrible, you know, that the suicide rates are going up. But it doesn't take much of a brain to work out that if you don't include people, if it's not all inclusive for people in wheelchairs or with disabilities, then they're not going to go out. And then they're going to become isolated. And then they're going to see what's the point of living anymore. And that's what will happen if these people don't sort this out. So anyway, so yes, Marjorie, so there is this card. I'm not quite, somebody gave me this card, but I'm sure somebody, I don't know if Team Golivegranny could find out where you get those cards by doing a little Google there now and popping it in the link. I don't know. Somebody gave me that card, and it's quite useful to have. But as usually, I do find a toilet with a radar key. But I have had so many shenanigans with toilets with radar keys. You know, in Newport, one day in the middle of the day, I couldn't use the disabled toilet because it was still locked. And when I messaged the counsellor, she didn't even know why it was locked. So I never did find out about that one. So anyway, we always seem to come back to toilets, don't we? It is a big issue, and it's an issue for everybody. But today I was fine because what did I do? I managed to get to the right toilets at the right time today. But I've hopped, haven't I? Because I was on Wednesday and now I'm coming back to today. So let's hop back to Wednesday. So we had this wonderful day on the beach, and then my daughter. So I think we went home and had tea after being on the beach, and then my daughter and her family went home, and I was going to go home the next day. So my sister said that she'd said to me that she was meeting a friend at lunchtime on Thursday, but if I wanted her to take me to the station earlier, and by take me, she doesn't have a car. I meant go with me because I didn't know how to get to the station. You know, I could have found out. She could have given me instructions, but she said she would come with me. We have bus passes, so it doesn't cost us to do that. So she was going to come to the station with me as long as she could get back to her friend. So I booked my train in time so that she could do that. Now, again, some travel shenanigans. So we worked out what time the bus was, and there was about a 10-minute walk down. She lives in a very long road, And so we walked down the road. That was all fun and games because it's very bumpy along her road, you know, not very good for people with wheels, but, you know, that's how it was. And half her road is being dug up. Oh, I forgot to tell you, on the day that we were there in the town, on Tuesday, a fire engine arrived. The chip shop, the pizza and chip shop caught fire. I mean, we didn't see much of the fire, but we saw the fire brigade, and it was all shenanigans around there where we were. And it wasn't me, honestly. It was not me. But yes, the fire brigade were there. We didn't actually see the fire, but it must have been inside the shop. So the road was closed for quite a while. But anyway, that was a little bit of, you know, a little bit of shenanigans going on. And so, yeah, so anyway, on Thursday, she was escorting me. And so, we got to the bus stop in plenty of time. And then we went into Bournemouth on the bus. Now, don't you think that if there's a bus stop right near a station, that they would put on the bus stop, this is a light here for Bournemouth station? But no, they called it something like Doncaster something or other. You know, you're in Bournemouth, but it's something like that, and Holdenhurst Road. But it should really say a light here for the station. I mean, my sister knew where the station was, so that was okay, and I didn't get lost. But I think, how bonkers is that? Especially for tourists. Silly. So anyway, she knew where the station was. So we went there, and she was worried about, you know, whether we could find a toilet. I said, well, there'll be a toilet in the station. But she was a bit concerned because she didn't know if she'd have to have a platform ticket to get through. I said, come on, I'll talk our way in. Because they don't seem to do platform tickets anymore. And so anyway, they did look like they trusted us. Like my dad used to say, trust you. But they looked like they were trusting us. And so we went through onto the platform, and there was a disabled toilet there, which was great. And then we went and had coffee. So we had quite a while. We'd allowed ourselves plenty of time. And so we had a coffee. And then, of course, I needed the toilet again. And so I used it again. And then, you know, I went and got my train, and, passenger assist was fine at that point, I think it was. Hello, Fiona. Nice to see you. Fancy seeing you again. I met Fiona down on the seafront today. She was down in Ryde, and then last night she watched me live streaming the East Cowes Carnival, and she was so glad because she was so tired from doing things in Ryde that she didn't want to go to East Cowes because she was too tired. And so she was able to watch my live stream of the East Cowes Carnival. So, and then we just bumped into each other down on the seafront today. So anyway, let's just hop over here because Tracy's put, you can get the official Just Can't Wait card for free. Oh, here we are, look. Team Golivegranny have come up with the answer. So Tracy's put, you can get the official Just Can't Wait card for free from the Bladder and Bowel community website by completing their online form, which allows you to download a digital card for your smartphone's wallet or order a plastic card. Some charities also offer their own versions of may assist with the application. So there you go. Hi, Pauline. Nice to see you in. So there you go. So if you have a toilet need that's, you know, a bit more urgent, get yourself one of these cards. I know that we were discussing it at one of the groups I go to, and a lot of us are older people who do have these issues. I mean, it's not always old people have these issues, but, you know, a lot of us in that group do, and somebody provided me with one of those cards. So do get yourself one if you need it. Hi, Yvonne. So there we go. So thank you, Tracy. Thank you, team. It's not passenger assist, is it? It's Golivegranny assist. Thank you, Tracy, for that. So yes, so I came back to the island on Thursday, but that was not without shenanigans. So when I went to the island, when I went to Bournemouth, as I told you, I had this very short-term, connection time because the hover bus came in. Now it's a few minutes walk from the hover bus. I have to cross a road, so I usually have to wait for the green man, and sometimes that's a little bit of a while to wait for the green man. And then just, the station is just there, but then I have to get across the concourse, negotiate the barrier with a ticket on a phone. And then, you know, as I say, because I didn't have to go up to the other platform, up the lift, I was okay. I caught the train. So I was supposed to change over at Southampton Central. And I had about a 7-minute changeover at Southampton. And I think Southampton, I don't know how difficult that change is over. I can't remember. But when we'd gone through a few stations, a lovely lady who calls herself the Wheelie Voyager got on in a wheelchair. And she's another Lynn, and we've connected. So I'm following her now, the Wheelie Voyager, she's called. And we were chatting, and I was asking her about her experiences of accessibility, because of course I'm becoming a bit of an advocate now, because I see, you know, even with my own travelling, how difficult it is for me. So how much more difficult is it for people in wheelchairs or with other disabilities? So I'm becoming, because I've got a voice and because I will use my voice, sorry, a bit too much sometimes, because I will use my voice, I will be an advocate for disability needs. So I was chatting to her about any issues she'd had. And she said to me, that was on your journey. Yes, this was on my journey towards my sisters. That's right. It was not on the journey home. This was going to my sisters. And one of the things she said to me is, I don't think you've got to get off at Southampton. I think this train goes straight through to Bournemouth. Well, on my ticket, it said I had to get off. But when the guard came through, I said, have I got to get off this train? And he said, no. And when I got to Southampton, the passenger assist people were there to get me off, but they were just going to tell me that I didn't have to get off because the train was going on to Bournemouth. You know, sometimes you need a crystal ball to work these things out. But anyway, so Lynn, hi Karen. So Lynn had said to me that I didn't have to get off. So I didn't get off. And that was great. But also she said she was coming to the Isle of Wight. She was going to the Isle of Wight on the day I came back. So she was going to go on so I've tried to send her a message. I've sent her a message, but I don't know whether she's seen it yet because she hasn't replied. But actually she was coming to the island on the day I was coming back. But she was going to be about an hour earlier than me. So it would have been wonderful, wouldn't it, if we'd been on the same hovercraft as that. And then she was going to go on the steam railway and do one or two, on the Island Line train and the steam railway. And so I'm really intrigued to see how she got on as a wheelchair user and how good the facilities were. So I will report back when I know. But as I say, you know, on the way, I met her and this was good. The other great thing she told me, and this has been really useful. Hi, Susan. Oh, Susan, you were in already. It says you've come in. Right, so Tracy's reminding me. Yes, when you came home, there was no passenger assist to get you off. And didn't you have to change platforms there? Yes, I did. I did have to change platforms at Southampton when I came back. Yes, and there were, that's right, there were issues. But there's so often issues. Excuse me just a minute, folks. So, yeah, what she told me was invaluable, and it has been so good this week because I used this information. So she said, because I said, oh, I'm always missing connections, you know, things happen, and I'm always getting a repay. And she says, Susan says she's been there all the time. But you know what? On here it keeps saying, Susan is watching, Pauline is watching, and you've already been in, and I don't know whether you've hopped out and come in again or what. It just, I don't know. It's confusing me. So anyway, what Lynn, the Wheelie Voyager, told me, she said, if you miss a train because of a disability, you can go down, instead of filling out the repay form, you can write a letter of complaint, which is quite useful to know. And it's actually much easier to send an email than to try and fill out on the forms when you go for repay. And you can claim a repay, you can claim money back if your train is more than 15 minutes late. And so 15 minutes, half an hour, and then if you get over an hour, you get the whole lot back. So very useful to know these things. And it was one of my live stream audience that ever told me that in the first place. Richard said he's been here since 8:15, and I thought it said 18:15. And I was going to say I haven't been live streaming since 18:15, meaning year 18:15. Anyway, so this was useful information to know, because I had a reclaim in. So when I go to reclaim my money, usually you have to know where the issue happened. So you have to claim from whatever railway you're on. So I'd like mostly to use Great Western, and sometimes it's Great Western and South Western. They're the best. Cross country is a no-no. As far as I'm concerned, cross country is terrible. Their passenger assist is the worst that I've ever experienced, and they just don't care. They don't seem to care. So I look now when I'm booking a train, and if I see cross country on there, I don't book that train. I will book, I will look and see, and I might pay £2 or £3 more to travel on Great Western or South Western. It doesn't matter to me. I want not to have that bad experience. Although, if I didn't have the bad experiences, what would I have to share with you? Oh, I'm sure we'd have something to talk about. Richard says he's not that old. No, I know you're not, Richard. It's just a joke. So yes. So I have been. I've been trying to claim some money. I did a journey on June the 9th that was definitely late. And because you've got 28 days to claim, I must really, note to self, always claim them very quickly afterwards, because unless I've got Tracy keeping me up to date with all the information, because she is my, she sits here like my Jiminy Cricket. She's my conscience. She's my guide. Unless I remember, if it's 2 or 3 weeks after I made the journey, I totally forget, because I've made other journeys since then. Anyway, on this particular one, the 9th, I didn't claim straight away. It was nearly 28 days or 20. I think you've got 28 days, and it was nearly time up when I actually claimed it. So I'm already a month past when I did the journey. And then they didn't pick it up and reply to it until nearly a month later. And then they said, unsuccessful claim, that train was on time. Well, when you're doing the repay, you have to get out the form. And when I've done it on Great Western, their website's a bit clunky, and I put it in, and then it says, where you started your travel and where you went to, and then it says, we don't recognise this journey. Now you have to put all the stops and the changes in manually. It is quite tedious. So, you put in the information of where you are going, and then you have to upload your tickets. And I'm now quite proficient at uploading tickets. In the first place, that was just nearly put me off ever claiming, but that's probably what they want you to do. So I've done all that. I go to the next move, and suddenly it goes, and it's all wiped out, and you have to start all over again, and you put it in, and it says, we don't recognise this journey, enter it manually, and you go through the whole lot again. There is never anywhere on those forms to say, the train left without me because. So on the 9th of June, they said, no, that train arrived on time. I said, yes. So I have to ring them up now. I have to find the passenger. No, I have to find the customer service number. I've got them in my phone now for South Western and Great Western. And so you have to ring them up and say, look, this is my claim number. You're telling me the train got there on time. I'm telling you I wasn't on the train, and it wasn't my fault I wasn't on the train. So then you go through all this palaver, and then they decide, you have a chat, and then they decide, and sometimes they say, oh, yes, that will happen. Well, what happened, I had a conversation, so they said I ended up having an email conversation with them. And they sent a message saying they wanted me to upload my tickets. Well, I was blooming annoyed because I'd already uploaded my tickets. But don't forget, we're now 8 weeks, more than 8 weeks, no, about 10 weeks since I did the journey, because, I had a month, I had 4 weeks, and then they were 4 weeks, and then they said you know, it was an unsuccessful claim, and then I have to get back on. So we're now about 10 weeks since I did the journey. And I was only trying to claim half the money because I was half an hour late. I wasn't an hour late, just over the half hour. And so, you know, trying to remember exactly what happened when you've done the same journey umpteen times and various things have happened each time, just very tiresome. So I got myself a bit confused, and I got into an email conversation because on one journey, and I thought it was the 9th of June, but then I found out it wasn't. It was another day. On one of the journeys I made, the lifts were out, or supposed to be out, at Portsmouth and Southsea, and that's manic to get up to the platform if you haven't got a lift. So the platform was out, the lift was out at Portsmouth and Southsea. It was supposed to be out at Basingstoke. It was supposed to be out at my last station as well. That was not looking hopeful, was it? And the Basingstoke one is very steep as well, because I've been there when the lift suddenly didn't work and people had to carry all my stuff up the steps and I had to haul myself up the steps. So on the occasion when I booked my tickets, and there's nothing when you're booking your tickets to tell you these things are going on, but when I booked my passenger assistance, they said, oh, the lifts are out at these 3 stations. Great. So what I did, I was thinking overnight, what shall I do? And in the morning I thought, well, I normally go on the hover, and then I get the hover bus round to Portsmouth and Southsea. But on the way, the hover bus passes Portsmouth Harbour Station, and the train I get on at Portsmouth and Southsea starts at Portsmouth Harbour. And so I rang, this was South Western, and I rang South Western and I said, can I get off the hover bus at Portsmouth Harbour and get on the train at Portsmouth Harbour? And they said yes. And then I think it was at Portsmouth Harbour, they then diverted me and I think they put me on a different train. I think this was the journey. I mean, I'm so confused. That to avoid Basingstoke, they put me on a train to Guildford, and change over at Guildford, so that I could, because there's no lifts at Guildford, there's a subway. So it's all right going down, but it was quite steep coming up the other way, and I hadn't got anybody helping me. But never mind, I didn't have a lift issue. So I thought that was the journey on the 9th. And so that's what I put in the email to them. And I said, oh, this is what happened. Of course, I was wrong. And then they wanted to know what train, thank you, Tracy. They wanted to know then what train I actually arrived on at my final destination and what time I arrived there. Well, the only way I could know what time I arrived at my destination was looking at my social media and my chats with my daughter, because I should have come in at 9:23. And if I know I'm going to be late, I message her and say, don't start out, because she's only 15 minutes from the station. I said, don't come yet, because I'm not going to be there. My train is delayed. And so I could look in the chat to see that conversation with her. And when I got off the train, I screenshotted a picture of I took a picture of myself on the platform, having just got off the train. And then I looked, you know, because you can see the data of the photo, and the photo was taken at 2 minutes past 10. So if I was supposed to be in at 9:23 and I was just got off the train at 2 minutes past 10, that's more than half an hour delay. So that I could claim half the money back. So I then had to have these conversations to say, well, I've just seen a photograph that says that I got off the train just after 10. And so we were trying to guess, you know, what would happen. And then I remembered that was not the same day. That was a different day. This was not the 9th of June. This was another time. So I thought the best thing I can do is not email them anymore. Just get on the phone to customer services at the South Western Railway and say, no, that wasn't right. Something else happened. I think it was the, and then whatever it was. What did I say? Oh, yes, I think it was where they didn't get me off a train in time. And I think that was the issue. And then I had a quick changeover, and that's right. I had a changeover. I think this is right, but I might be wrong. But we've concluded this now. The whole thing is concluded. I spent 25 minutes on the phone with this lovely lady trying to help me. Good job I don't pay for my phone calls on, you know, on my mobile. It's all, you know, I obviously pay for a mobile contract, but I don't have to pay for minutes because I have a all-you-can-eat data. So it was quite confusing. So we were having all these issues, and I did say to her, oh, I know now that if you're, you know, if you're disabled if you're late because of a disability, then you can have compensation. So anyway, I wasn't sure. You know, I was so muddled up by this time as to whether I was talking about the right journey. And so in the end, the journey, I think that happened on that day. I think what happened was my train was late in. Hi, Gemma. My train was late in, and I had about an 8-minute changeover this one at Basingstoke. I was doing Basingstoke and Reading. No, I think it was Reading. And I had an 8-minute changeover. And as I got off the train, this might be the wrong journey, but this is what I told the lady, and I was half an hour late anyway, so we needed a conclusion to this. I think we were both losing the will to live by the end of this conversation. And I was only trying to claim £16, but £16 is £16, and all these journeys I do, sometimes I claim the whole lot back because I'm more than an hour late. That makes, you know, I'm a pensioner. I don't have huge amounts of money, so I need to do these claims. And so because I'm going to support family a lot, you know, that's obviously out of my pension. So if I can get some of that back, that actually, you know, works. I don't do this deliberately, folks. This is just what happens. So in the end, I think what happened, they were late getting me off. The passenger assist did not get me off the train. A passenger got me off the train. And then there was, I think that was the passenger who he didn't know, he'd not done the journey, and he was going on to the same station that I was going to. That's right. You know, he was getting the same connection that I was getting. So I said, well, come with me and I'll show you the way. Well, that was fine until we got to the lift. Bearing in mind, I've got 8 minutes to get off the train, and they didn't help me, you know, because I need a ramp. And then get to the lift, and then we get to the lift, and there's about 6 people in front of me with suitcases, and it's a lift that holds about 4 people. So that wasn't going to work, was it? So I had to wait for them to go up in the lift and empty the lift, and the lift come down again. So I said to this guy, I said, I think you're going to miss the train. So I said, you'd be better going up the stairs and doing, you know, going across and down on the stairs. Then you won't miss the train. And I'm pretty sure he didn't miss the train, because I finally got to the platform to see my train going out of the station, and he wasn't on the platform. So I think he must have caught the train. So don't forget, this lady had said to me, if you miss a train because of your disability, it's a compensation claim. So anyway, I waited for the lift to come down again, got in the lift, went up, across the concourse. Then I have the same issue at the second lift going down. There's people in it, so they have to go down first and the lift has to come up. And so it's no wonder by the time I get in the lift and I get to the platform, that the train is just heading out without me. So, okay, fair enough. Thought to self, repay. I won't worry because I'm going to get my money back. You know, I have a very different attitude to life now because I nearly died of pneumonia. Things like this, I just say to myself, it's not life-threatening. So I'm not going to beat myself up over it. I'm not going to get cross about it. Because I'm not actually, most of the time, I'm not in an urgent need. I must get there at that time. I should have asked a guy to give me a piggyback. Yes, and Navy Nora up the stairs, a piggyback. I don't think so. I think that could have been a disaster waiting to happen, Tracy. But I like your humour. So anyway, so I got onto the platform. So now I don't know which train I'm getting on because my train has left without me. And so there were several passenger assistance people standing around there. And I saw Mario there. Mario is one of my favourite passenger assistants at Reading. He is so good and so helpful, and he's helped me several times. We've had a time where I had a 4-minute changeover, and he's had me hurry. No, he got me off a train on a previous occasion. He said, right, he said, he ran ahead and got the lift before I got there. So I then got in the lift, and then he headed, I think he headed on down the stairs, so he was quicker on the stairs, and then he got me off the lift, and we did the lift changeover, whatever, and he actually messaged ahead to the platform where I was supposed to get on a train. And this is a previous occasion, and he had got the passenger assistants there to put the ramp down. So if the ramp is down on the train can't go. That means that I can get on the train and then it will go. So, you know, there are some really, really good passenger assistants, and Mario is one of them, Mario at Reading. So he'd helped me there. So we'd had this one where we'd almost run across the station, and the next time I saw Mario and he helped me, we had a 15-minute stroll down the platform. We had 15 minutes to spare. And I said, this is very different from last time, isn't it? So I did a video with us doing a leisurely stroll, chatting down the platform. You know, I could write a whole book about the shenanigans that have gone on in my life and the wonderful passenger assistants. And then there was one at Reading once who said, I'm not getting you off the train because you're not on my list. And I didn't even know if I was supposed to be getting off there or not, because it was a disaster. It was the worst journey I've ever done, that one. It was earlier this year. But never mind. Anyway, so Mario was supposed to be assisting somebody else. So Tracy's saying, if a passenger assists were all standing around, why were none of them there to get me off the train? That is a very interesting question, Tracy. So they were on this platform that I had to get to, but I was on a different platform. So maybe they were all over here when they should have all been over there, or some of them should be here and some of them should be there. So I was on a different platform, you see. Anyway, so I walk, so I can see Mario, but I walk up to this lady who's got a list. She's got a list, a printed list. And I said, well, my train's gone without me. I don't know which train I get now. And I need passenger assists, please. I usually say I've got passenger assists booked. I'm very polite. And so she said, you're not on my list. I said, well, I can actually show you my confirmation email. And then you've got to hope that the signal, that the Wi-Fi, you know, the internet signal is okay, because otherwise you can't show them. And that's what happens on the train sometimes. They come through for your ticket, and you can bet your bottom dollar, if I've got a digital ticket, the signal is going to fail and I can't show them. If I've got a paper ticket, I can show them. Unless I drop it on the platform. One day I dropped a paper ticket on the platform, got on the train, and one of the passenger assist people saw it and said, is this your ticket? So I was all right. So, hello, Rachel. Nice to see you coming in there from Devon. I presume you're in Devon at the moment, Rachel, are you? I know that's where you live. I know where you live. So anyway, so what was I doing? I've forgotten. I've lost my thread. Oh no, I lost my thread. So what was I doing? So I was on Reading Station, not knowing where my train was going to go from. So this lady had said, oh, you're not on my list. I said, well, I have booked passenger assist. And then she tells me that this list was printed 2 days earlier. Now, what the point of that? We are allowed to book right up to just before the train goes. The list should be printed out in the morning for the day's journey. But actually, one of them said, it's on the app. The app is their app is updated, you know, minute by minute. It should be an up-to-date on the app. So anyway, dear old Mario, he was assigned to somebody coming in on a train shortly. But that train perhaps had a few more minutes to come in. And he said, I'll help you. I said, well, I'm so grateful to that. So he took me round and sorted out, and I got on my train. So that was fine. So going back to the claim for this journey, I think this is the journey, but I have got another claim to put in. And I've got to now work out which is the other one where I was late. And Tracy, I don't know if you can remind me, or whether you know which one I was late on. I have to go back through my social media because I always post up when I'm having shenanigans. But sometimes I've done so many posts. And of course, recently I have done so much on my social media that I will have to go back and back and back and back and back to find out what happened. Usually it's in the notes to in my WhatsApp conversations with my daughter, because that's where I will say to her, you know, don't meet me yet because I'm going to be late. And so I usually get some all those messages have the time on them, the date and the time. So hopefully that's okay. Anyway, going back to this claim. So I was talking to the lady about, you know, all these things, and she said, oh, well, just if you can just upload the tickets. And why they wanted them. I was cross because they wanted them again and I'd already done it. Somewhere in this whole muddle, I had submitted my claim to Great Western Railway, and the actual mistake, no, the train, I think the train issue was Southwestern. So somehow I had to go for, I think my claim got pushed across to Southwestern, and they hadn't got the original claim. Because this is what I did. I was thinking, I don't remember this journey. What am I going to do? I should be able to look at the claim online, see what I actually submitted. But I went on Southwestern Railway's website and there was nothing there. And I thought, well, this is a bad system if I can't see what I put in there. So anyway, it turns out that I had originally claimed from Great Western, and it was supposed to be a Southwestern issue. And so that's why it got transferred. And they couldn't see what I had originally put in that complaint. So that's why we had all this shenanigans. Anyway, it turns out, she said, well, if they didn't get you off the train, first of all, that's Great Western not getting me off. So it is a Great Western issue, not a Southwestern issue. And if they didn't get you off the train, that's made a delay. And that, so it comes under the complaint issue. You know, if I was able-bodied, I would have been able to get off the train, go up the stairs, like the guy that was with me that I'd sent on, go up the stairs and catch the train. So anyway, she said, if you could submit the tickets, we will get this sorted out. You definitely are owed half your money. So my ticket was about £32. So in my maths, that's about £16 claim to come back. And all those little bits help. So she said, we'll get it sorted as long as you can submit the tickets. So I've submitted the tickets, you know, I put them online, and that was easy because that was in an email, and I know I can easily attach those to an email. You know, when I first had to put them into some form online and all that, I found it quite challenging. But now if it's just in an email, that was easy. So I submitted the tickets, and then I thought, right, well, I'll hear in due course. That one done. Fortunately, that's finished. I'll just wait for the refund. Then I get a message. Well, I got two messages. But the message was, it had got escalated. And instead of £16, because of all the hassle I had, they are going to give me £100 compensation. So what do you think of that, folks? All that hassle, all that chatting on the phone, and I'm going to get £100. So I think that's pretty good, don't you? And I think that the wheelie passenger, the wheelie voyager who I met on the train, the other Lynn, if she hadn't have told me that, I wouldn't have had that. I wouldn't have put that into that conversation, because I said, oh, I understand it might be a complaint rather than a thing. So I was really grateful to her, and I must let her know that I now have £100 compensation coming back. But I think the other one I've got to put in, the next one I've got to put in, I think that was also one where, you know, if I'd been more able-bodied, I would have managed to make the connection. So that one I got to look up. I don't think I'm going to do that today. I don't think I'm going to do it tomorrow. I've got a lot of uploading of social media to do. I've got all the live streams I've done over the weekend have all got to go up onto YouTube and you know, be all. I have to put all the tags and everything else in when I do that. So tomorrow is going to be a day of sort of sitting here at my computer, trying to take it easy, which I enjoy doing that sort of thing. Sitting down is quite easy. I have a carnival day tomorrow, but not until later in the day. And Tracy has already given me all my my bus times. Thank you very much, Tracy, for that. Richard said, result, absolute result. It was a pretty good result, wasn't it? You know, I was only trying to claim £16, so to get 100. And actually, with all this shenanigans going on, I did have another claim, and it got to the 20, almost the time out and running out. And you know what? I lost the will to live because so much had been going on. I'd had so many shenanigans on the other things. I decided that I think it was only a 15-minute one then. And I just thought, you know what? I can't be bothered. It was about a £9 claim. And I just thought, it's just one step too far. And sometimes you just have to say no. And that's what I did. But actually, now I've got £100 coming. That would cover that one as well. So I was, quite happy with that result. And I have got this other one to do, which I will do in a day or so. But coming back, so I've, we're still on Thursday. I haven't yet got back. I wanted to get back in time to go to Slimming World. And then it was, what was it? It was Newport, a new illuminated carnival. And so my lovely, let's not jump to the carnival yet because I've still got to get across the water. So I get on the hover bus, and I didn't think my train was late, and I had a 23-minute gap between when my train should have come in and catching the hover bus, and that went like this. But I was okay. I got from the station to the hover bus plenty of time. Richard said he helped a neighbour with a claim against domestic and general for £22 and she got £85 compensation. Well done. Absolutely brilliant. So I did get to the hover bus terminal on time. Now, the hover bus terminal, it's not a terminal, it's a bus station. And that in itself is challenging because about 4 or 5 different buses come to that bus stop. Right now, if the hover bus is the first one that gets there, it comes to the so there's about 6 or 8 seats in there and a little gap. So it's quite a big bus shelter. So it's covered in at the back, but in the middle there's a gap that you can get in to sit on either here or here, and it's got like a plastic over the top. So. I've not been there much when it's raining. Mostly it's been dry. Anyway, so there's always shenanigans here because the hover bus is never the first one in. Okay, so then if a bus comes in, I never know where to sit or to wait. I try and sit on one of the seats. If they're all full, I have to take my bags off Navy Nora that are strapped on. I have to unstrap them and then sit on Navy Nora and then put them back on when the bus comes quickly and strap them on because I have had a disaster at that bus stop. Somebody tried to help me off the bus one day. Really kind, really nice, but he didn't quite know how to handle Navy Nora. And it's like a pram, and he tipped it the other way, and one of my bags fell off, and it wasn't zipped. It didn't have a zip on the top, and we had stuff all over the floor. Never mind. People were very kind and picked it all up because they were waiting to get on the bus, and until I moved out the way, they couldn't get there. So I think they would have been kind anyway. So I now have to make sure I've got bungees, I've got all sorts of things because I've had more than one disaster like that, and I now have bags that zip up as well. I'm a slow learner. I get there in the end. So anyway, so now I'm not sure. So there's about 4 minutes for the hover bus to come. But, no, it was about 6 minutes when I got there. So, this big time that I'd had shrunk, but it was okay. I still could get the hover bus. And then, because if I miss the hover bus, unless I get a taxi round to the hover terminal, I'm going to miss the hover itself. And then there's no guarantee of getting a taxi anyway. And I don't want to pay that when I've already got a bus ticket for the hover bus. I was explaining to other people going on the hover, and I said, now we really have to get savvy here about which bus comes in first and where the buses are going to stop. Not only might there be one bus here and one bus there, and then the hover bus comes there. If you're this end, you've got to negotiate all the people in the way and hope that the hover bus doesn't close its doors and go round the other buses before you've got on it. But not only that, there's a gully that runs in the middle of the bus shelter. And of course, if you've got wheels, you've got to negotiate the bus shelter and the people that are all milling around with cases and other things. And it's a total nightmare because if there's people standing in this bit of the bus shelter, you can get out. There's a gap in the bus shelter. So this is the road in front. So, but you can't get along that bit because it's very narrow. You know, and you can't get past the end of the bus shelter that way very easily. So you've got to come out of the bus shelter. If, you know, if it doesn't come in front of you, the bus, you've got to come out of the bus shelter and then, you know, negotiate the galley and then go round the back and go up there. Well, this time there were 3 buses arrive before the hover bus. I've never had that before. I've had 2, but not 3. I did nearly missed the hover bus once because of all this shenanigans, and so I'm always ready for that now, and I watch to see which buses are coming in first, so I'm going to be able to work out whether the hover bus is going to be right at the end or whether it's going to be in front of the other ones. So I'm ready, you know, ready for the off. So this one, it's never stopped so far back as it stopped this time. And it was a bit late as well. And I'm thinking, oh, are we going to get the hover? And, you know, once upon a time, these things, you know, I don't know whether the hover goes if the hover bus hasn't arrived, because I've never been in that situation. But I wonder if the hover bus got stuck, would the hovercraft go without the hover bus getting there? I don't wish to know. So anyway, so it's quite busy. And when we get to the hoverport, there is a queue at the door. So I've got now, I had my tickets on my phone this time. So I have my phone out ready, and I've screenshotted it in case I can't get a signal. So I've always screenshotted it so I can find it in my photographs. So I go to the, so somebody in front of me was turned away. They said, oh, you've got to go on standby over here. Because it was, I've never seen it as busy as this. So you've got to go on standby over there. So I get to the front and they said, you're not guaranteed on this hovercraft. I said, but I've got a ticket that says, you know, my ticket all the way through. Well, this is the first time I have ever been told, and I'm doing this journey on a really regular basis. The first time I was told that actually you're not guaranteed a seat on the hovercraft. I said, well, why is that? When it says my ticket, you know, this is the time of the hovercraft that I'm supposed to be on. No, madam, you've bought your ticket from a third party. So I buy my tickets through trip.com because they're very good prices. I've got a disabled rail card, which, you know, makes it very much cheaper. And trip.com is good. And I also use Top Cashback. So I go onto the Top Cashback site and then go through trip.com through the cashback site. So I get cashback on my tickets as well, because you know I'm a great cashback fan. Anybody want to know about that? Let me know, and I will tell you how to get lots of cashback on all your things. So anyway, they said no, I couldn't go on it. So there was there was a young lad. There was a young lad, and he said, no, madam, you'll have to go on standby. Well, I'm standing at the desk. There's a whole queue of people behind me. There's no room to get round the people behind me, and there's a barrier at the side. Okay, so this barrier is one of those that they pull out, you know, a stretchy one. So they pull it out of a stanchion, they pull it across like that. So I said to him, well, I said, I can't go that way because it's very difficult for me, you know, because I don't think he really understood disability. And I said, look, if you move that barrier, I can go out there and go over where you want me to go. So he started moving the barrier. And so then there was another lady behind the desk, and I started to say to her, I asked her to explain to me why I couldn't get on this hovercraft. And she said, oh, you know, it's because it's a third party. And I said, but nobody ever made me aware of that. They said, well, they wouldn't. And I thought, well, it's just never an issue that's happened. I suppose because I've always arrived and there's always been enough seats and not overload, that it's never happened before. So I said, well, what do I actually have to do? She said, you can still buy your ticket like that. Because, of course, the tickets are much, much cheaper buying them that way. And because I pay, you know, maybe £30 for a journey, or sometimes even less. So when I went to Bournemouth, I was on an £18 ticket. Well, sometimes the hover ticket would cost me more than that, just the hover without the train. So anyway, you know, I was having this conversation with her, and I said, you know, it's nice to know, but I never knew that before. So I said, what do I do? So she said, buy your ticket as you usually do, and then give us a ring to book a space on the hover. So I said, okay, I've got that. I said, it's a bit annoying, you know. Anyway, she then said to the guy, this young lad, she said, let this lady on this hover. So I got on the hover I was supposed to be on. But while we were waiting, it was mega busy. It's bank holiday weekend, and you know, it's just mega busy, loads going on the island. The scooterists obviously weren't on the hovercraft because the scooterists have to go on the car ferry. But lots of people coming over. We have so much going on the island this weekend. And I think our tourism is going to shoot up over this weekend, because I've never seen it so busy in Ryde, and I have things going on all over the island, and it's just amazing. So anyway, I got on the hover, but before I got on the hover, I was standing waiting, and actually, I spied the disabled loo. I nipped in because I could see that the hovercraft wasn't yet in, and I got time to nip in the loo and back into the queue. So that's what I did. Because you never know when you're going to get stranded, or, you know, get on the hover and then it not take off, and, you know, you're still 10 minutes from a toilet. So anyway, toilets again, sorry. So then there was, as you go into the hover terminal at Portsmouth and Southsea, at Southsea, sorry, there's 4 seats, and they are seats for cancer patients to sit on. And that's that's what I thought. You know, it says there for our patients. And then some of those people, there were people sitting on those seats. And then a guy joined me in the queue. Susan saying hovercraft is a ridiculous price, I think, and so haven't been on it for a long time because of that reason. But Susan, if you're going on a train, book it with a train ticket, or if you're a resident, I know that you can get I think you can get a resident's blue hovercraft card that makes it cheaper, but I don't know how much cheaper. You know, so you need to investigate these things, and maybe even book it with a train ticket that you don't use. You know, book it a few stations down the road. I don't know whether that would work. You know, book the hover. So, but so I have a disabled rail card, and so I use my disabled rail card, which makes all of this cheaper. So if that would apply to you, Susan, then it might be worth, you know, booking the hover and going a couple of stations along. It might work out cheaper than not. I don't know. There must be a way. Sorry, folks. Got a bit of a cold coming on. I don't know where that's come from. Either a bit of a cold or just a runny nose. So I was standing there in the queue, and there was a gentleman with a stick next to me, and I was saying something about, you know, this issue. Well, I think they'd overheard the issue I was having with the people at the desk, and he was one of the cancer patients, and he said, oh, you know, I have to go over because on the island we don't have the facilities to treat our cancer patients, so they all, I think. I don't know. I've heard some people have had treatment on the island, but most of our cancer patients have to go across the water for their treatment. And obviously these guys were going to the Portsmouth hospitals. And he said they can never book their return. They can never book onto the ferry because they never know when their treatment's going to finish. Now, how awful is that they have to go on standby when, through no fault of their own, they can. I mean, that's at the worst time in their life where they're, you know, they're fragile, they're vulnerable, they're having cancer treatment, and then they can't necessarily get on a hover. I have passed this on to my friend Jan, who, you know, used to run the Isle Access charity, because I was saying to her, what did she think of it? And she said she's going to talk to Hover Travel about it because it's not right, is it? So I don't know. Maybe there will be, you know, an outcome from that. I would like to think there will be an outcome because, you know, maybe there's been no joined up thinking on it, and maybe they don't realise that that's happening. But if you don't know how long your cancer treatment's going to last, how on earth can you book which hovercraft you're going to be on? So anyway, I hope I might have done a little bit of, pushing something forward to solve a problem there. I don't know. Let's see. I'll update you when I know. So anyway, finally, I get on the hovercraft and I get back to the island. Tracy's saying, oh, hover travel. Oh, thank you, Tracy. Team Golivegranny have come up with the answers there. Look, Tracy's put in the link for Hover Travel Island. Local residents, hang on, oh, it's jumped on. So she's put, that's the discount card for residents on the island. Susan's saying, I've got the Hovercraft Island resident card. It's better than normal prices, but still could be better. I don't have a disabled rail card, but we'll have a look and check the cost again. Oh, a disabled rail card. Now, they were doing some deals on those the other day. Let me see if I can find you a link through trip.com or one of those things. I think I saw that you could get a rail card. I don't even know if it was a disabled one, but you could get a rail card for £9. I think I paid £20 for my disabled rail card. And I have, if you think how much money I've had back, how it drops the prices of the ticket big time. So I think probably in 2 journeys in a year, it's paid for itself, that card. So look into that. Hi, Jane. Look into that and see, check on those things. Because it's certainly, a disabled rail card has certainly made a difference. I used to have a senior rail card, as a pensioner, but then I found out they could get a disabled one, and it seems to be even better. So hopefully this broadcast will have done some good for some people here. Do you like my new earrings, by the way? Did you see my new earrings? Look. They're little... Can you see what they are? They're little flip-flops. And I bought them today, and I bought my ears today. But we haven't got to today yet, because we're still on Thursday. Oh, my goodness, my week has gone on so long. Anyway, so I booked a taxi, and fortunately, I didn't have to wait for a taxi. Sometimes I have to wait, but I rang the taxi as soon as I knew I was going to be on that... When I was on the hovercraft, I rang the taxi and said, I'm coming in on this hovercraft. Can I get a taxi? And there was a taxi waiting for me when I got there. So I got home, from hovercraft to the door to my door. And so, that's so helpful at the end of a busy day like that. So I got home and I had about 2 or 3 hours chill out time at home. And then I went to Slimming World. Thank you, Tracy. Tracy's putting up the disabled person's rail card as well. Team Golivegranny, you are amazing. Thank you. We now just need to find the team Golivegranny. We need to find those youngsters that I met in Ventnor the other day, and we're going to I put a picture up online. We're going to put a picture. Oh, I've messaged the Ventnor Carnival people to see if they recognised any of those youngsters. So what happened? Some youngsters live stream bombed me. They didn't photobomb me because I was live streaming. So while I was live streaming, they came in the back of my live stream. At one point, oh yeah, so they came behind me, and I was actually talking on the camera. So they were in the stream, and they said, "Oh, you're really cool. That's so cool." I said, "I'm live streaming and doing this," and they said, "Come on, everybody, subscribe and like. It's like and subscribe to the channel and all that sort of thing." And they were such fun. Hi, Zita, nice to see you in. And they were such fun, and they were so polite. And then they were 2 lads, and then they went away, and then they came back again while I was still just finishing off the stream. And then a whole load of their friends came along. So we ended up getting somebody took a photograph of us all. So with me and hi Pauline, with me and them, and it was on their camera because I was live streaming, so it couldn't be on my camera. I need a second camera. And so it was on their camera, and I asked them to send me, because they know who I am, I've asked them to send me the picture, but they haven't done it yet, and I don't know who they are. So what happened, Tracy took a screenshot from my live stream with them in the picture, And I've sent it to the Ventnor Carnival team to say, I sent it to Shania, does she recognise any of these youngsters? And she didn't, but she said she would ask the carnival team. So, we have some detective work going on here to see if we can find those youngsters. And I want the youngsters, A, because I'd love to have the photograph of us all, but B, I want to train some of them to be live streamers, because I cannot get to all these events. There are so many events now, and we need to be streaming all of that out to the world. And Paul said, were you in earlier, Paul? I don't know if you were. I know Rachel was here, but maybe you were in earlier, but it says you're in now. Sometimes it says you're there and it keeps telling me you're there. It keeps telling me Susan's there. It keeps telling me Yvonne's there, and they were in earlier. So anyway, so I really want a team, a Golivegranny live stream team. Oh my goodness, that's a bit of a mouthful. Golivegranny live stream team. Because that's what we need. I need a team of these youngsters. So anyway, you're awake again. Hello, Debs. Nice to see you. Oh, Paul's saying good evening from Paynton in Devon. So I didn't know if you were in when Rachel came in earlier, so I wasn't sure if you were in at the same time. But anyway, we've been going now for hour and 3/4, and there's still loads to chat about. So who knows how long this live stream's going on. But do we care? No. You can stay if you like, or you can go, and if you need to go to bed, then you can, and you can watch the replay if you want to, or you don't have to. Whatever. So where did I? Oh yeah, so these youngsters I want to train to live stream. So anyway, so I got please, miss, permission to pop off for 2 minutes to get a drink. Yes, okay. It's not toilet talk. It's obviously a drink. That's okay. You may go and get a drink. Permission granted. Oh dear. Such fun. So, yes, so on Thursday I got home and I had this chill out time, and then I went to Slimming World, but I had a lift. It was Newport Illuminated Carnival on Thursday, and that was one of the reasons why I also wanted to be back. And so I love live streaming the carnivals, and of course the illuminated ones are later because we have to wait for it to get dark. So because it was the illuminated one, it gave me time to go to Slimming World, because I like to do that if I can. I put on 1.5 pounds this week, but I'm not beating myself up at all, because it's been family weight, and your body, sometimes it does this and sometimes it does that. Sometimes I lose weight and I can't think why I lost weight, and other times when I think I've lost weight, I put on weight. But it doesn't matter. I'm nearly at 4 stone. I'll be there soon, and then I just decide whether I want to do any more or not. We'll just see how we go. So, but I like to go. I love the camaraderie of the Slimming World group, and you pick up top tips from other people, and you give top tips for meals that you've had and that sort of thing. So it's a lovely social group as well as supporting for slimming. So my friends who borrow she borrows her dad's car to take me to carnivals, and she'd offered me a lift for Newport because it's a late one and she doesn't like me coming home late on the bus. So she asked her dad for the car, and they said they would pick me up. So they said, where did they want me to pick me up? I said, could they pick me up from Slimming World? Because Slimming World's at the bottom of my road, and it saved me having to come back to my house. Hi, Justine, just back here in order to go, to meet them. So they met me outside Slimming World. And we went off to the carnival, and we were there in plenty of time, because they were Claire's daughter and son were in the carnival. They are dressed as frogs. They are amazing, but their costumes are plastic. So they're in these giant frogs, and they can see through here, but it's like see-through plastic there. They get so hot in those costumes. Just so hot. They're great. They dance about. They make people smile. And of course they were an entry, and they won cups. They've won at more than one carnival dressed like that. Unfortunately, Keris got a puncture in her frog in one of the carnivals, and so she's had to get another costume to go in the other carnivals. Or I think she was going to try and do a puncture repair, but I think that they bought it. They managed to get another one quickly that was delivered for in time for East Cowes Carnival. Yeah, yesterday. I've forgotten where we are. We're on Sunday, aren't we? And Saturday was East Cowes Carnival. But they are such fun. But they're such a wonderful family, and they look out for me. They started giving me lifts when I was in recovery from pneumonia, and obviously a bit more wary about doing all this, this travelling on the buses, because it's quite tiring, and I was already vulnerable because I had been very, very ill. And so I think it was at that time, but Claire was telling me yesterday that she saw, because I said I couldn't remember how it all came about that she gave me a lift. They're part of the ride carnival team, or she's still involved with the ride carnival team. And she said, because I said, what made you give me a lift in the first place? Because I couldn't remember way back. And she said, I saw you put a post on social media one night. She said, you said you just got in at midnight. So it would have been one of the illuminated carnivals, and it would have been somewhere like Ventnor, because that's a long journey back. And you have to wait for the buses to go back on their route, because they get, there's road closures while the carnival's on. So you have to wait for all that to be opened again. And so I remember putting a post on once, and I said, me, I was just joking. I said, I've just made it home by midnight. I won't turn into a handsome pumpkin. And she saw this, and she said, I felt so sorry for you. She said, I felt guilty. I said, you don't need to feel guilty. But she said, well, you're the same age as my parents, and I wouldn't like them having to, have to be out late at night and getting home at that time. And so she felt like she needed to do something. But in order to do something, in order to take me, she has to borrow her mum and dad's car, because her car is not big enough for her family and me and Navy Nora. So this is amazing. This community is just so wonderful. These stories that have come out. And, we have Visit Isle of Wight to thank for this. Not my favourite organisation, as many of you know. But if they hadn't failed to do what they were supposed to do in the first place, I would never have started live streaming carnivals and things. So I am grateful to them for this, and all the friends that I've met out of it. So she borrows her mum and dad's car. So they've been giving. So she gave on Thursday night. She said, would I like a lift to and fro Newport Carnival? I said I would. It would be wonderful, because again I'd already travelled. A travel day is not a day I should be doing anything else really, because I should just come home and just veg and chill. I sometimes forget how old I am. Sometimes I don't, because I forget. And when you get this old, you forget. Anyway, so I said I would be very grateful. So we went. They took me over there, and they had to get parked up, and then so we were quite early, which was good, because it enabled me to nip into Morrison's and get some shopping, because I'd just come back from the mainland and I didn't have shopping in. So what's saying? Tracy's back. Thought while I was up, I might as well go to the toilet. Too much information. Sorry, miss. I was over the 2 minutes. I wasn't timing you, Tracy. It doesn't matter. And Debs is saying illuminated carnivals sound great, and great camaraderie. Absolutely. They are amazing. I have met so many people through the carnivals. I have had so many wonderful compliments for what I do for the carnivals. I've even got awarded, best live streamer certificate last week, just for a bit of fun, because, and it's just made so much difference to my life, but it's made difference to other people's lives, because there is that camaraderie. There is all this wonderful thing. There's telling the world what we do here on the island. That's so important, and it's just a lot of fun. And so anyway, so we got to this car park. They said, this is, we'll drop you here and this is where we'll meet you. So they parked up, and then they had to pump up their costumes because, you know, they have to inflate these wonderful frogs. And then they dance around in them, and it's such fun. And the crowds absolutely love it. They are amazing. And they got cups and awards. So Debs is saying hello, but she was there just now, wasn't you? Debs, have you just come back in? Or are you saying hello to somebody else? Oh, you're saying probably hello to Tracy, maybe. I don't know. So there we go. I didn't see. Oh, you. Right. It looks like you're replying to yourself. I don't know what's going on there, Dev. Anyway, so because we were quite early, I took it. Well, again, it was a toilet thing. I wanted to go to the toilet in Morrison's before all the carnival was happening. So I thought while I was in there, I might as well do some shopping because I'd got a lift home. So, but what happened by doing my shopping, it made my trolley very heavy. And then when I'm live streaming, if I'm walking along, sometimes before the carnival, I live stream all around the floats and go along and chat while I'm walking along. And of course, if I've made my trolley so heavy with my shopping and I'm pushing it with one hand, it's not got power assisted steering. It's very difficult to do. What I need is one of those sort of tripods. I think you can get those tripods. I think they call them an octopus tripod. And they've got those bendy legs that you can twist. So I think I need to put my camera mount on one of those sort of tripods and wind it round Navy Nora's handle, because then I could push, but I could still be live streaming with the camera right in front of me. I think that's the answer. Oh, Richard. So Debs is saying hello to Richard now. I think that's what it. So excuse me a minute. I've got to pour a bit more drink, a bit more of my Pepsi Max. Let's. Oh no, I've got a little drop in there. It's okay. So this is going to be a long live stream, isn't it, folks? Because we haven't even got to Friday yet. We're still on Thursday. And so I did my shopping in Morrison's. I used the facility there, which was handy. And then I went, so the carnival procession in Newport, so it's Newport Illuminated, they form up the procession outside Morrison's. So that bit of the road is closed off. It's called Church Lytton there. Church Lytton is a grassy area there. So the floats are in the road, and the buses are stopped there. They can't come through that bit, and because the roads are all closed by this time, those bits of the road. And then some of the more walking entries for the carnival are all getting ready on the green, and then the judges come round and award the cups and the certificates and all the awards. And so I actually love, on some of them it's easier to do than others, and Newport is quite easy to do like this because it's all on the flat in Newport, and I can do this bit and go all around here and still get to watch the procession so I can do that right up to the beginning of the procession and still nip round the corner and get in position to live stream it. When I was doing Sandown, I liked to be outside the library, and that position, you have to get there at a certain time, otherwise you'll never get. It's a brilliant position, but you have to be there early, which means I can't go along and look at all the floats and chat to everybody like I do at some of the carnivals. Lynn, those octopus tripods are not very long at all. Maybe 8 inches long. Not enough. Oh, not enough to go around. Right. I need somebody to design me something then to go round there, or some way of fixing. There must be some sort of fixing that I could fix my tripod, some gadget to Navy Nora, because Navy Nora's handle is quite. It's quite you know, it's quite chunky, let's say. So Debs realises I won't be able to do that. Right. So there will be something. Somebody will find something. Maybe I'll throw it out to Team Go Live Granny. Walking stick supports are longer and stronger. 2 together are the answer. I don't know what a walking stick support is. What's that? I don't know what that is. But I will investigate. I am sure Team Go Live Granny will show me what that is, or will send me a link that I will find out. We'll sort it between us. The Go Live Granny community always comes up with these things. So thanks for that, Debs. You are part of this Go Live Granny community and coming up with all the wonderful information. So let's see what we can do on that one, because it would make life so much easier for me if I could do that, if I could fix it to Davy Nora. So, yes, so in this, so I did my shopping. I went round and did this. I decided I was not going to stand where I usually stand. So the first bit of the carnival in Newport gets very packed in that first bit of the street. And initially, so the carnival, it comes out of this road and then it goes down South, I think it's called South Street, and then it goes round. McDonald's is straight ahead, and I used to stand outside McDonald's on a bit by the traffic light bits where there's a barrier, and I used to stand there, but I got very bothered and I don't want to stand there anymore. It's a great position for live streaming, but it's very narrow, that side. Hello, Andrew. Hello from Spain on his way to Benidorm for a week. Richard did say you were on your way to Benidorm. So he did tell me that's what you were up to. But have a wonderful time, Andrew. I've just come back from Bournemouth. I had a little stay in Bournemouth. Not as far as you. I didn't need a passport for Bournemouth. Have a wonderful time. So anyway, I don't like standing out on that bit outside McDonald's because the road narrows there, goes round, and there's no barriers, and there's youngsters standing there, and I'm always scared that there might be an accident there. I don't want to see that. I have talked to the Carnival Committee about it and say you actually need somebody marshalling there, because when the tractors come by, so they have tractors in that one, in the Newport Carnival, and their wheels are they're bigger than me, or certainly bigger than me when I'm sitting on my Navy Nora, and I just don't want to be there. You know, I've even told parents to move their children in so that there's not an accident. So I won't stand there now. I'll go further around. So when I did the main carnival for Newport, I went round outside Tamarind, which was just a bit further up St James's Street. And the people from Tamarind came out with a glass of water for me. Oh, Heather, wonderful, you found us. Heather, I did try and message you through YouTube. I didn't seem to be able to send you a message on Facebook. But the reason I'm not on YouTube is because StreamYard are being very naughty, and where I can normally record, stream to two platforms, or at least 2 platforms. When I tried to put both platforms in, it said you can only stream to one, and you've got to upgrade to stream on the other one. And we have a contract that doesn't finish till September. And so that is very naughty, and we will not be renewing with StreamYard. So that is why I'm not on Facebook, Heather, but I'm so glad that you've arrived here now to join us. We have been going for 2 hours now, and we've only got from Monday to Thursday. To Thursday. So I'm talking about the Illuminated Carnival in Newport. Richard loves the food in Tamarind. I've never experienced the food in Tamarind. I've experienced a glass of water from there. That's not nice at all. No, so it's not nice at all. And then now lose our custom, because we are not, when Tristan's available to talk to me, when I messaged him today, he wasn't free to talk about. He did send me a quick message, and he said we'll find something else to stream. We're not going to use StreamYard anymore. They get greedy, and then it doesn't work because they lose business. So hang on a sec. Let's just see. I just need to do something over here. Sorry. I will just, whoops, that's it. So, what was I saying? So, oh, thanks. Thank you, Debs. I just picked up your message. That's why, sorry, I got distracted because I could see a message coming in and I didn't know if it was an urgent message. So Debs has just sent me a message. She's got her internet playing up. So there we go. Let's go back on the other one. Love my ears. You love my ears? Do you love my earrings? So I love my ears and love my earrings. Look, these are little flip-flops. I bought these today. And look, I had my nails done and I've got blue on. I'm all matching. Isn't that one? I bought these because it was, I had to have blue ears, didn't I? So let's just go back. I think Tracy said she was jealous. I'm so jealous, Andrew. I've been back 3 months from Benidorm. Where are you staying? Old Town or New Town? Have a fantastic time. Go to the Castel Balco, which view is fantastic. Okay. There we go. So Andrew's sorry, I'm looking over here because it's easier to read the comments over here. Oh, the comments are going so very quickly. So Andrew's staying near the Old Town. Wait a minute, hang on. Andrew's saying, near where I stay in the next town, Paisley, it has 2 carnivals, Weavers Festival and a parade called Smart SMA Shot Day and Halloween Festival Parade. Excellent. Both parades have local clubs and groups taking part, and it's always so much fun. And he's staying near the Old Town. Go Live Minnie Mouse. Yes, Go Live Minnie Mouse. And then I have just these wonderful earrings that I got today. And I'll tell you about that because they weren't the only earrings I bought today either. I'm looking like Cinderella. There we go. I feel a bit like a princess. I keep being treated like a princess. Wonderful people giving me lifts here and there and whatever. Just amazing. And they are people I know. So anyway. Debs is saying, sorry, missed a bit. Sent you a photo in message. Flexible spring can be reshaped. Hold walking sticks on chair back. Thank you. I will have a look at that in a little while. Richard's saying, I'm matching as much as Queen Elizabeth II. Excellent. That's good. I am royalty. I'm being treated like royalty a lot of the time. It's just so nice. Such a wonderful community. And keep meeting new people who just keep introducing themselves to me. Oh, you're cool. So, somebody, where was I? Watching the Children's Carnival on Saturday. And I was live streaming it. And this guy, he wanted to come in front of my live stream and say hello. So I said, oh, yes, do that. And then I said, come around the back. And I said, now you take a selfie of us because I can't take a selfie while I'm live streaming because I've only got one phone. I do need to get a second phone. Oh, Andrew's saying I'm like the he said Go Live Minnie Mouse, but Granny, or I'm like the fairy godmother. I haven't got a fairy wand, but I have got a flag that I was given at East Cowes Carnival that I was going to show you, so we can wave that as my magic wand. And I have got this runny nose, folks. I don't know what's going on here. Why have I got a runny nose? This is not okay. Oh dear, oh dear. So anyway, so this guy, so he then took a photo of me and he's going to connect with me on YouTube, I think. And I think his name was Darren. And I said, well, don't forget to send me the picture because I get all these people taking these pictures. I said, I want to see the pictures. So hopefully we will happen. I mean, Team Golivegranny that were with me today, they were taking pictures of me while I was live streaming. So there will be those other pictures. Right. Debs is saying Linny's. So Andrew's saying you like the fairy godmother. And he's saying me. So Richard's saying something about the bid. Oh, no, not that awful word, the bid. So our local bid actually works for and with the community. Last of summer family fun days free. Excellent. There are some bids that actually do work and are quite helpful, but most of them don't. Erdington bid. Excellent. That's good. I'm glad that's working because our bid isn't. Our bid is not helping the community at all, as you know. But I'm going to nip off that subject now because I'm going to finish off as I was saying earlier, I'm actually grateful to Visit Isle of Wight, who run our bid, because if they hadn't not done what we wanted them to do, I would not have set up the live streams at all. I wouldn't be here talking to you now, probably, because I wouldn't be a live streamer. Became a live streamer because they didn't do what I thought they ought to do. So we are grateful to them for something. Right. Andrew said, instead of a second phone, could you get a digital camera for photos and keep your main phone for live streaming? Well, that's a possibility. But the other thing is, sometimes it might, that could be a possibility. But the other thing is that sometimes people want, I want to send messages on, or put stuff out on social media. So I don't know much about digital cameras, but I wonder if, sometimes I want to send messages and things, and a second phone might be the answer. I don't know. Again, between you, you're all part of my team, Go Live Granny. I'm sure we'll come up with the answers. Let's see about that one, because it would be so much. So many times I've been live streaming and I've wanted to do a photograph as well as the streaming, and I know I can photograph from the stream, but sometimes it's better to do the photograph. So we'll see. We'll solve all these problems, because we are an amazing community, all of us here. So so this chap, he said, oh, I'll connect with you. So I'm looking forward to meeting him. I've met so many people who want to connect, and it's just amazing. And I chat to lots of the visitors and say, are you having a nice time here on the island? And there's somebody on the island with her family this week, and I would love to meet her. She's a live streamer. She's does Slimming World online. Her name's Claire Ababisi, I think, something like that. And she's got a wonderful family, and she's on the Isle of Wight this week. And I've left messages on her page, but she's got thousands of people on her page because she streams about her Slimming World journey, and she talks about her family, and she's just an amazing person. And I suddenly realised that she was coming to the Isle of Wight, and she's having a wonderful time. She's been to Black Gang Chine. They're obviously catering for themselves, because she's done some local shopping, and she was talking about her shopping and all that sort of thing. And I just so would love to. I don't know how long she's here for, but I would love to meet her, and I could live stream with her. We could live stream together, but who knows? It might happen and it might not, but it would be lovely. So Tracy's saying, she has to video an event and sitting there praying that nobody phones her in the meantime. Absolutely, yes. So Tracy, I was when I was live streaming the ride outs today. No, I wasn't live streaming. I started to try and live stream just before the ride out. So this is what Tracy's talking about. And actually, if I'm live streaming and somebody rings me, it doesn't cut the live stream out. I can just push the button not to answer the call. But if I can't live stream, I go onto video. And if somebody calls me in the middle of a video, it chops the video off. It stops the video, unless I put the phone into airplane mode. And of course, I was trying to live stream the ride out. So I was doing just before the ride out happened, and the signal died. So I said to Tracy, I'm going to have to video this. But while I was quickly switching on to video, I forgot to put it onto airplane mode, and I just thought, please don't anybody phone me in the middle of this, because this ride out is about 10,000 scooterists were on the island this week, they reckon, and there were an awful lot. It was over 20 minutes, but actually we thought the ride out had finished, and people started moving away, and then there were some more scooters, and then some more scooters, and some more scooters. So I got a 20-minute run, and nobody did ring me. So yes, that was hopefully. So what you need to do, Tracy, team Go Live Granny, if you see me about to video, remind me that I need to be in airplane mode, and then it won't kill the video. I need to remember all these things. You'd think I would know after 9 years of live streaming. You'd think I would remember, wouldn't you? But no. Anyway, so let's go back to Thursday night because it was the carnival. And so I managed to, you know, get my shopping, chat with all the lovely people, and it was a lovely conversation walking around there, even though it was very heavy to steer Navy Nora with all this shopping in. I need power assistance on this Navy Nora, you know, really. It needs to be power assisted. So anyway, and then I went round. So previously I went outside the Tamarind on the main carnival, and they looked after me over there. And I had somebody who was standing opposite me on that night, who's messaged me and you know, sent me a nice message. And they said, "Oh, we were standing opposite you there," and that was nice. All these lovely people connecting, and so this time, where did I go and stand? Where did I stand? I've forgotten where I went. Oh yes, I didn't go up as far as Tamarind. I was on St James's Street, and actually, while I was live streaming on the you know, pre-carnival, my brother was trying to ring me, and then he sent me a message that had pinged on my phone, and I thought, I know what, he lives in Newport. I bet he's around here trying to find out where I am. So so when I'd finished doing that live streaming bit, you know, pre-carnival, and decided to go and find my spot where I was going to do the, you know, do the live streaming, I messaged him, and then he came and found me. No, he was on the phone, and I could see him, but he had his back to me. I said, "I'm behind you." So we linked up, and he came with me. So we went and stood. So we went up Bowling Green Lane, or whatever it's, Bowling Green Lane, I think it is, just by the bus station that goes through to St James's Street, and there was a lovely empty stretch there. And so we went and stood over there, and I had a really good... Oh, so somebody had left their car in the street, and they're supposed to all move their cars. And so, was this the one? Was that the one? Yes, it was, wasn't it, Tracy? So, of course, Tracy knows if there's a car and I stand just by the car, nobody's going to get in my way. So that was the one. Was that the one, Tracy? I think it was. So that's right. I stood in front of the car, and there was another one. I stood in front of the car as well. What did I do that one? I don't. Do you know? It's like the railway shenanigans. I forget what happens when. But anyway, we got. You know, we had a very good view there. Nobody was in the way. That's the right one. She's saying. So. I'm trying to think. There was another one. Oh, was it? Oh, didn't I go round the other side? There was twice I was in front of a car. So I was in front, I think, in both sides. So I did. That's why I was confusing myself, because I was thinking I was watching one way, but I was actually watching the other way. So both times I was near, you know, in a space. Where there was a car, so that's quite good. So I did, I live streamed it coming one way, and then it went right round the town, and I ran across the other side of the town and live streamed it the other way. That's why I'm confusing myself, because I did it twice. That's right. The second live stream of the carnival on Thursday night. Thank you, Tracy. Imagine Navy Nora steering. One year, Norma Major had the wonky trolley on Christmas Eve in Tesco's. No security detail to help, not just you and me. Absolutely. Norma Major, actually, Norma and John Major. So John Major was in the government, and they came to my parents' school in London. Hi, Petra. And they came to my parents' school in London. And when my niece was a baby, there was a picture taken of Norma Major holding my niece. Claim to fame. It wasn't me; it was my niece. So anyway, so yes, so it was a brilliant carnival, and I live streamed it twice, as Tracy's just reminded me. And so there's all this footage. I've got to get all this footage up to YouTube, because Facebook are deleting all the Facebook. It's much easier for me to live stream on Facebook and I've got a much bigger audience on Facebook. So we're getting, we're getting a lot of numbers now watching the live stream. And it was a live stream, not a video. It was brilliant. Sometimes when you're in a huge crowd like today, so many people would have had their phones switched on that's what kills the signal. Sometimes the signal is dodgy in an area anyway. But like today, there were 10,000 scooterists in ride today, apparently. That's what they were saying. And if you think that all those people are doing the ride out, and there's thousands of people watching the ride out, and they're all on their phones and their on the internet, it absolutely kills the signal. But I'm pleased. It doesn't worry me. I'm pleased because they're live streaming and they're showing off what's going on the island. When I started live streaming, nobody did it. I was an early adopter of it, and nobody was doing it, and nobody was showing off the island. So I always got signal then, but I had to do that all myself. So it's so wonderful that so many people are sharing all that stuff about our beautiful island. So there's fors and against. I mean, obviously, if I live stream, I love live streaming much better because I can have conversations with you. It's just nice. People come in and comment and that sort of thing. And it's straight there on Facebook. Although, of course, now I have to download them and put them onto YouTube because Facebook are wiping them out. Tracy is saying, that reminds me, I must upload my pictures of yesterday and today of me. So she's been taking pictures of me while I've been live streaming. I'll pop them on the Golivegranny community page after the live, if that's okay. That's perfectly okay. That's absolutely fine. And Jane's just come in watching as well now. Lovely to have you here. And so... yeah, so I do prefer live streaming if I can, but if I can't, I will do the video. And so I've got some videos that, so I did quite a bit of, so wait a minute, so we're still on Thursday. Let's get Thursday finished and then get through to Friday. So I had a wonderful evening. It was just amazing in Newport. Another great carnival, another great turnout of people watching. Oh, they had a big carnival. They had tractors. They had all the royalty floats from Sandown, Shanklin, Ventnor, East Cowes, and Newport, of course. It was their carnival, and St Helens. All those things going on, and lots of other things, and loads of tractors, because the tractors always come in for the Newport Carnival. And then Barry Price's garage is in Newport, and they come in with some more vintage type cars, the old Minis and the old Anglias and things like that, cars that I used to drive many moons ago. And so it's so wonderful. The atmosphere is amazing at these things. And so it was a good evening. And then, of course, I had... I did, yes. Tracy said, did I tell them about the poor frog that popped going around the carnival? Yes, yes. The poor frog got a puncture. I think I did mention that earlier, but I'll mention it again. So my friends who were dancing as frogs, and they're huge, and these costumes are plastic, and they get so hot in them. And so, hi Finley, and so, yes, so poor Keris got a puncture. I saw her come. I can't remember which carnival that she got. Oh, I think it was was it the children's carnival? And she sort of got her head out, and the costume was round here. And I said, what happened? She said, I got a puncture. Oh my goodness, So anyway, she managed to get another costume. They were going to try and repair the puncture, but they actually managed to get another costume so that she could wear it in East Cowes Carnival, which was last night. So yes, so it was a wonderful evening. And then, of course, Claire and her family managed, and we linked up again in the car park, and they brought me home just to my door. Amazing, which means that I wasn't late, late home. I got home. And, I didn't have to start getting buses and things. Finley's just finished work he works in a pub. Excellent. I hope you've had a good evening there at the pub, Finley. That's That's right, because I met Helen and Jake in Newport at the Newport Carnival. Yes, that's right. So Helen and Jake, you'll see them in my live streams sometimes. They live down my road, but I didn't meet them because they lived down my road. I met them because when I first started live streaming the carnivals, I would go to the carnivals on the bus. I would come back on the bus, and they were always on the same bus. And then it turned out that they lived up my road. So you've liked and shared the stream. Thank you, Finley. And if the rest of you think that I'm giving any value here, please like and share as well. That's what the youngsters were saying in Ventnor the other day. Like and subscribe. So obviously you don't subscribe on YouTube, on Facebook, but you do subscribe on YouTube, and so they're saying like and subscribe. You know, it's just amazing. So we are getting lots more traction, and lots more viewers. And Richard's saying, wasn't East Cowes Carnival brilliant? Yes, it was. I must try and get to Saturday when it was East Cowes Carnival. I'm still trying to finish Thursday, aren't I? I am so slow at these things, but so much is happening. So it was a wonderful, wonderful evening. I was just on such a high when I got home from there. But of course, I was on a high and trying to do bits on my computer, but I needed to be up and out the next morning because I was I had to get down to the warm hub, you know, to the NatWest building, because on a Friday I helped Jan with that. And Jan wasn't going to be there. She had got 2 other people on standby to make sure that they were there, because it's not predictable whether I'm going to be there on a Friday or whether I'm going to be on the mainland with my family. But anyway, so because she wasn't going, she had other things to do, I booked a taxi because I needed to be there for 9:15. But I don't think I got there for 9:15, because I think that's right. That was shenanigans, because I booked a taxi for 9 o'clock and it didn't come till 9:15. But it didn't matter, because I knew the others were going to be there as the warm hub, as the community cup up opened. And the reason the taxi was late was because the hovercrafts were all up the creek. I think a hovercraft had broken down or something, and then it was a very busy with everybody coming over to the island, and so they got to me late. But it didn't matter, you know. It was just another travel shenanigan. It was a taxi shenanigan this time, but I got there, and we had a wonderful day that morning, and so we were sharing the space with the uniform swap shop. So we meet in the old NatWest building that the town council have taken over, and the town council have organised a uniform swap shop, and it's brilliant because no money changes hands. People who've got children who've grown out of their school uniforms, they can come and donate the school uniforms, and they can come and pick school uniforms that fit their children as they're growing up. It's an amazing scheme, and it's been running in the NatWest building on a Friday morning for about 3 weeks now. So we're sharing that space at the moment, and when we share that space, they're not actually charging us for we normally have to pay £20 a week, but we have got lots of sponsorship for that £20. You know, some local businesses have donated some money so that we can keep the community cuppa going. And when we're sharing with the town council, they don't charge us, which is wonderful. Tracy's saying it was fantastic. She's talking about East Cowes Carnival last night, and Tracy was saying she was proud last night to live in East Cowes. She said actually she's always proud to live in East Cowes, but first carnival in 30 years. Hi, Coom Ruth Natasha. Is that one person or several person, or is that all one name? I'm not quite sure. Sorry. Yes, it was the first carnival in 30 years last night, so it was absolutely amazing. So Friday, it was a great. So wait a minute, I just missed out. No, that's right. Thursday night was Newport Carnival. East Cowes Carnival on Saturday night. That's right. Oh, I do get so confused. And so Friday, I wanted to sort of have a fairly chilled day because I'd had a very busy day the day before. obviously travelling and then doing the carnival as well. And so I went to the community cuppa to do that, and we had a wonderful morning. You know, quite a few nice people coming in, all sorts of things going on there. And then there was some I didn't take any fruit, and there was some fruit and veg to take. I didn't take any because I'd got what I needed, but we have a community garden, and they're producing some, you know, some things for people, so they were on the table for people to take, which was lovely. Just so much wonderful stuff going on in my area, and hopefully in lots of your areas as well. You know, and I'm like Tracy says, she's proud to live in East Cowes. I'm very proud of what's going on. I'm proud of what's going on over there, what's going on the island, but particularly proud of what's going on in Ryde. There's some amazing things going on over in Ryde, and, you know, lots of community stuff. All the dots starting to join up. It's amazing. And so after the community cuppa, I wanted to go home, but before I went home, I wanted to get my nails done, because I'd had my pink nails. Do you remember my pink nails that I had before? I'd had them for 4 weeks, and of course my nails grow very quickly. So after 4 weeks, there's a big gap at this end of my nail, and so I wanted to get my nails done, and I just hoped there wasn't a big queue and a big wait, because what I wanted to do was get home, and sorry, this runny nose, I need a cork, sorry. I don't know where this runny nose has come from, and I don't like it. It needs to do one. You know. So what I wanted to do, because 22nd, which was Friday, thank you, Heather, she's saying my nails are beautiful. Actually, I don't have to say tonight, because everybody's on Facebook, and you can all see, I think you can all see the comments that you're all making. When we're on YouTube and Facebook, I then have to say what you know, the Facebookers can't see the YouTubers, and the YouTubers can't see the Facebookers. So we're all here, so I think you can see that. Yes, so I wanted to get the nails done, but I wanted to get home as quickly as I could, because Facebook, I've told you already, you know, weeks gone by, that they're deleting all the live streams. So any live stream I do now, I've got 28 days to save it somewhere else before they delete it. But all the old ones were going to be deleted. Well, they were supposed to be deleted a month or a couple of months ago, and my granddaughter helped me. I haven't done anything with them yet. They're all on a hard drive, and I'm trying to I need to get them up onto YouTube, but we had to get them down quickly off Facebook. So they're all sitting there, and I need to load them up. But what I wanted to do was actually, I don't know if they've deleted them yet, because they certainly hadn't deleted. They were supposed to be deleted on Friday, all the old ones. And they hadn't deleted them on Saturday. And I don't know, I think I looked this morning. I don't think they've been deleted this morning. I'm not sure. So what I wanted to do, because we've got them all on the hard drive, when we downloaded them, we didn't have the dates. It doesn't download the dates on them. And so I don't know, unless, I mean, often I will say, oh, I'm live streaming here on, and then give the date. So that's a clue to me when I watch them, as to I know when they were taken. And some of them I obviously know if it was a Christmas one or it was a carnival one. But I didn't have the titles of what the title I'd put on, or the date. So yesterday I wanted to transfer as many as I could with the dates. So although they're on the hard drive, when I go to the hard drive, I won't have to download those ones, except I shall probably forget and download those as well, because I forget what I've done. And so that's what I was doing yesterday. So I was, Friday. So I wanted to get home from having nails done as quickly as possible. And I was lucky, because there wasn't much of a queue. I've changed nail salons. And I go to where my hairdresser recommended. They're all these people are Orientals. The other nail bar I didn't like very much, because they were always talking to each other in their own language, but actually hardly ever saying anything to us. And when I pay to be pampered, I actually like the person that's pampering me to pamper me, you know, and to connect with me, not with each other, you know, in a language I can't understand. So I hope you understand that. Anyway, my hairdresser had been recommending another one, and although they're Oriental, they are very different, and there is much more. You know, they actually do talk to you, and they're not talking to themselves, to each other all the time in their own language. So you know, that's what works for me. It's different for everybody, but that's what I'm looking for. But when I went the first time there, so that was a month ago, they had no queue. So sometimes you have to sit and wait, because you can make an appointment, but they also you can walk in, and so sometimes they're very full. And so anyway, this one, the first time I walked in, there was only one lady, and she was having a pedicure, and so I went in and had my nails done straight away, and they were so quick. They were done in 3/4 of an hour, I think, and in the other place I used to be well over an hour, and you know, my time is precious, and if they're not pampering me and talking to me, I don't want to be there as long. So anyway, when I had my nails done the first time here, as I say, there was no queues, no waiting time. I was there straight away, and they had done they'd done my nails, and so I was having infills, and they'd done all that, and it was about 40 to 45 minutes, whereas, you know, often that would be over an hour in the other place. So that impressed me, and I did that, and then I went out of the shop, and then I went back in the shop, because the lady having her pedicure, she got her feet in the water, and she's sitting in this big chair. They're massage chairs, and she just looked so comfortable. And I'd needed my toenails cut, and I'd been trying to have somebody to come to my house, and then we'd made an appointment, and then she didn't come for one reason, and then we made another appointment, and then she didn't come for another reason. And, you know, this went on, and I needed my nails to cut. And I thought, well, gosh, if I have a pedicure, they'll cut my toenails anyway, and they'll pamper my feet. And that was just so nice. I've got very tickly feet, and she made me giggle. But so because I'd had my nails done, gone out, and then I went back in and said, can I have a pedicure? And so I had a pedicure as well. And it was just amazing. And so, of course, it was just so nice. So I didn't have a pedicure this time, because I don't need it yet, but I will have another pedicure when I need it. But, you know, so it was just so nice that they didn't have much queue. So because I didn't need to wait too long, I needed to get home. And so that was it. I was quick in and out, and then came home. I think I probably popped in Isle of Wight at some stage on Friday. I'm sure I did, because that's very near the NatWest building, and I do like to go in and say hello to Helen as often as I can. I try not to spend too much money in there, but sometimes she has things that tempt me, even though I've only gone in to say hello. So Heather's got very ticklish feet too. When she's gone to an Asian nail salon, it's unnerving, because you think they are talking about you. Well, Heather, I've got to the stage where even if they are talking about me, I don't care. If I can't hear what they're saying, it doesn't matter. Think of it like that, Heather. If you can't tell what they're saying, don't worry about it. It's not worth worrying about. But anyway, so the people who run the nail bar I go to, there are 3 of them in there. They are all Asian, but there's a husband and wife team, and it's their business. Some of the other salons, obviously, you know, somebody else owns the business, and they just have lots of just Asian workers there. And actually, I was just about to transfer to this salon last time, just before I was about to go. I'd already made up my mind to go here, when I heard that the other one had an issue with illegal immigrants, apparently. So I don't know too much about that. But anyway, I'm very happy with the new place. Hello, Karen. Karen's watching in. Nice to see you, Karen. So Heather is saying her manicurist helped with one toenail for her, experts with nails on hands or feet. Yes, it's brilliant. And I mean, I was sitting in a massage chair, and actually I didn't get the massage quite right. I think I have to play with the buttons next time. I had one, and it was pummeling my back a bit too much, and I need to learn which is the buttons to actually give you a much better massage. Richard's saying he has live translating earphones app on his phone. All right, okay. Live translating earphones. Wow. Whatever do you mean translating from a different language? So you would be able to hear, you'd be able to translate what somebody was saying. Is that what you mean? Who knows? I didn't know such a thing existed. Every day's a school day. So yes, so I got back on Friday, and I was doing lots of this downloading and all that sort of thing. But I think Saturday was going to be a very, very busy day. So I think I tried to go to bed early on Friday, or did I? I can't remember. One of the nights I went to bed early because I want so Saturday was very busy and today was very busy. And so, Richard's saying yes. Debs is saying, good idea. I had a laugh watching signing deaf people talk about me. Oh, so that's interesting. So did you sign back to them, Debs, telling them not to be rude or anything like that? These people take a risk, don't they, if they do things that they think you don't know and they have no idea whether you are a signer or not. A bit silly, really, if you ask me. But yes, so I think I tried to go to bed early on Friday night. I think I did, so that I could get a lot of rest because Saturday was going to be a run around all day. So Saturday it was Children's Carnival Day in Ryde. So there were things going on all around the town. There was a drumming workshop. There was dancing going on over here. There was a magic show. There was all sorts of different things going on. And I wanted to try and capture some of it. There was also an event going down on the Eastern Gardens, which is a patch of grass just on the Esplanade, right by just near the beach. There's a lovely patch. Well, the grass itself isn't lovely, but there's a lovely open space there that's used so much. So much goes on there now, and it was called Ticket to Ride, and it was run by the Jack Up the 80s events. There's an entertainment events organisation called Jack Up the 80s. I've never been to that, but they were doing this thing, and a 2-day thing on Ryde Seafront, and it was entertainment, different entertainment going on. And there was, I meant to go back and actually photograph there were stalls around there as well. It was all local food. They didn't bring in any traders from across the water. It was all local businesses, and that's what we like. Shop local, that's so important. So you said yes, you said you went to bed early Friday and was up with the lark on. Yes, absolutely, I did go to bed early and then I woke up mega early. Hi Barbara, nice to see you in. Hope you're well. And so yes, so I did go to bed very early, but then I did wake up earlier than I wanted to, and then I couldn't sleep, so I was up again, getting ready. So when I go out on a day, a full day like that, I take a picnic with me because I'm gluten free, and it's very difficult sometimes to, it's getting easier, but if you know what food you're taking. Like I do, I know what's in it. So I'm gluten free. I'm also doing Slimming World. So I know that if I pack my picnic bag, I know exactly what I'm having. So that's what I do. So I the night before, and I was tired on Friday night. I was very tired, I think. And I thought I need to boil some eggs. No, like you do. I have boiled eggs as it's a pre 5 a.m. club. No, I don't. Yes, it was. I think I did get up before 5 o'clock, and I shouldn't have done. I should have slept on. But anyway, I boiled the eggs the night before because I thought, I don't want to be boiling them in the morning and they'll be still warm when I'm trying to pack them in a picnic. But of course, I didn't know I was going to wake up at 5 o'clock. I could have done them then. So I like, since I used to hate boiled eggs, but I now love boiled eggs. They're really good protein when you're feeling hungry and you don't want to have something with sins in because of Slimming World and that. So I'll have some boiled, hard boiled eggs, and I will have some tomatoes and some bits of cucumber and all that sort of thing. So I pack up my picnic. Shop local is part of the circular economy idea. Please mention Dame Ellen McCarthy charity in Cowes. I will. Yes, Dame Ellen MacArthur is one of our local charities here in Ryde, helping it's helping people with disabilities on the water. I probably haven't got, I don't know if I've got how right I've got that. Sometimes I forget all the details. I have to look them up, but I think that's that's it. So yes, a shop local, very, very important. But so anyway, you know, boiled my eggs up the night before, so I'd got some for yesterday and some for today, and then so my picnic was packed, and I was going down into Ryde, and I was going to get down there early because I wanted. What was I going to do? There was where did I go first? I went down to there was a drumming workshop, wasn't there? What else did I do? Can anybody remind me what I did first? I didn't go down straight away. Did I go back down to I know I went to the seafront, but I think I did something before I went to the seafront. I think I did something in town first, and I can't remember what it was. Or maybe it was the drumming workshop first of all. No, I came back up. Oh, I don't know. Well, I did a lot of things yesterday, and no wonder I forget. So at one point I was doing the drumming workshop. I was live streaming the drumming workshop. I wasn't doing oh yeah, that's it. Thank you, Tracy. Is that what I did first? Richard saying boiled eggs are excellent protein source and prevent hunger pangs. They absolutely do. Keeps the blood sugar stable. Yes, it's really good. So yes, so I think I did. Perhaps I did. I went to the samba workshop first, and then I went, and that's right, I did. I was outside the NatWest building, and they were doing they were doing a drumming workshop there, and that was amazing. So I did some live streaming there, and then I finished that. I went before they finished because I also needed to get. I wanted to get down to the seafront where the Ticket to Ride event was going on, because Steve Love was was singing down there from 11:30. So I think the workshop was at 11. That's right. And then, so I did some of that, and then I wanted to get down for Steve Love at 11:30. And he writes and sings songs about the Isle of Wight, and they are very amusing. So I got down there, and I went on a bus, because just round from the NatWest building, there's a bus stop. I could walk all the way down Union Street, but with so many people in town and all the scooterists and everybody there, some of the scooters are parked alongside, and then people are standing on the pavement, or there's a lot of people on the pavement to negotiate. I thought, I'm just going to get on the bus and go down on the bus. So it's only from the top of the street to the bottom, but it was quicker. Well, it might not have been, because the bus was a few minutes before it came, but anyway. So that's what I did, and then I walked along to the Eastern Gardens and live streamed Steve there, and it was mega hot, and I could see one of the traders. There was a little bit of shade alongside them, but it was across the grass. So Steve Love was over there, and I was over here, but I'd see this little bit of shade. And I don't like the heat, and my camera doesn't like the heat. It shuts down when it gets too hot. And so I just was sitting there. But lots of people were walking across, because there was the whole field in front of me. And so I could see that over right near the stage, but to the side of the stage, there was a lovely big bit of shade. And so what I did was, when he'd finished one of the songs, I moved and I sat over there and streamed from the side. So I streamed some of his songs, and then I decided I had to go because I needed to get back up to the town. What else? What was going on next, Tracy? What did I go back up to the town, to the top of the town for? Oh, I know. I was going to go back up because there was the Samba were going to be doing some dancing. That's right. At 12:30, the Samba were going to be the Samba band. The Samba band were going to be performing outside the NatWest, and at 1:45, 1:45, Anne was doing dance vibes. She was doing dancing outside the co-op. So these are all nearby places. If you don't know the island, they're not far from each other. And it was all because it was Children's Carnival Day that stuff was going on. And so I had more travel shenanigans. I had bus shenanigans. because I'm at the bottom of the hill and it's a steep hill up, and I was going to get a bus back up the hill to get back to the NatWest building and the other things. So I finished with Steve Love, but BBC Radio Solent were broadcasting from down by where this event was going on. And I happened to chat to one of the guys, and he, in conversation, it happened to come out the toast, the Golivegranny, just happened to come out. And he said, would I be up for an interview? Would I be up for an interview? What do you think, folks? Do you think I said no, or do you think I said yes? Well, I actually said yes. And so I did a little interview there. And so that delayed me getting back up to the town. But then I had to hurry back along. So Eastern Gardens is here. The bus station is here. And in between, there's lots of scooterists and lots of people on the pavement. And I'm not knocking that. What I'm saying is you have to allow more time to negotiate all that. And this part of the pavement is very bumpy along there. So I don't know. It's very uneven on that part. I can go along the other side of the bowling green and along there. That's what I did when I was going down to the Eastern Gardens. And then I saw an incident that was an accident waiting to happen. So along by the marina, they've got the Harbour House, and they've got an ice cream kiosk and some other trading places here. And they've got tables outside the Harbour House. And there's a gully that runs along the wall by the marina. You know, wheels don't like going down gullies. I've told you that from the bus at the in Portsmouth and Southsea. And so I'm starting to walk along, and there's a van on this bit, which was dangerous in itself because there's so many people that should not be happening. Suddenly, this van, with limited visibility, remember, in a van, started reversing, not towards me. So he was facing me, but he started reversing, and I could see all these. He couldn't see if there were any, because I've driven a van. I know you have to drive on wing mirrors. He could not see if there was people behind, and I thought, somebody's going to get knocked down in a minute, and there was nobody to talk to say, hey, this shouldn't be happening. Well, there was actually a counsellor there, and I said, should he be doing that? And the counsellor didn't really want to know. I won't name the counsellor, but he did. He said, well, what can we do? I thought, well, you could tell him not to do it for a start. And my heart was in my mouth. And then he stopped right alongside where these chairs were, this side. So there was only this tiny gap this side and the gully. And this was when I was trying to get to Steve Love and, do my recording. And it was just awful. And I was going to say something to the guy. And then he went into the Harbour House. It was more important that they did what they had to do in deliveries. If they killed somebody in the process, that wouldn't have been very good, would it? But, that was not a priority. The people on that bit of, there was not a priority. Anyway, fortunately, there was no accident. I did not want to be a witness to an accident. And that was, I would not have been on the driver's side, I can tell you. Tracy's saying, oh, yes, I had my moment of fame talking to Solent Radio. And I did. And then later in the day, I had to go back and listen. I couldn't find the soundbite. Apparently, there's supposed to be the soundbite somewhere. If anybody can find the soundbite of me yesterday on Radio Solent, I would love to just find that bit. But what I did, I had to go back to the whole programme. And bearing in mind, I knew what time I'd done the interview. So I knew that I didn't have to listen to that part of the broadcast. I knew it was after that time. But of course, they don't put it straight out. They would put it out a few minutes later, maybe. So I knew what time I did the recording, but I had to go bit by bit because it was only a tiny interview and just edge all the way along till I actually heard myself. So that was quite fun. I got a mention for the lovely for Ventnor Carnival, who gave me the lovely certificate that said I was the best live streamer, because I've attached it to Navy Nora. And the interviewer said, people don't usually go around with their certificates on the... I thought, well, this person does. I didn't say that. But anyway, I was very proud of my certificate. And what's the point of having a certificate and then not showing and telling anybody, you know? And so I told Shania, I mentioned the Ventnor Carnival team on the radio. And I told Shania when she, on Carnival night last night, I told her that I got a mention for them on the radio. So... there we go. Hi, Virginia. Nice to see you coming in. So what's... Debs is saying something there I've missed. Any relation to Carl Love? No, Carl Love and Steve Love are not... I don't think they're related. I'm pretty sure they're not. But maybe... I'll ask next time. Debs is saying there's lots of us around. She's talking about the 5 a.m. club. I call it the Wide Awake Club sometimes, because, you know, I used to be able to go to bed and sleep for 8 hours and wake up without any interruption in my younger days. And now, you know, potluck. Potluck if I fall asleep in the first place. I often fall asleep in this chair and it's quite comfortable, you know. And I can sleep for hours here. Much better than I do in bed. Hi, Sue. And so, you know, it's... what was I going to say? No, so yes, we have these things around. Lots of us around in the Wide Awake Club. So anyway, so I had my moment of fame on the radio, and then I had to negotiate all these people, because Super Bowl, our bowling place, is where a lot of the scooterists congregate. There's a green there, and then they spill out onto the pavement as well. I don't mind, because I'm thinking, oh, they're bringing all this money into Ride, and it's good. So it doesn't worry me. It only worries me because I can't get by, you know, and I want to get back to where I'm going. So I just negotiate them. And so I got myself back to the bus station, and there was a number 2 and a number 9, and they both go up the hill from the bus station. So the number 2 goes sort of over, it goes on its way to Sandown and Shanklin that way, and the number 9 goes the other way. That's what I would get if I was coming home. But I could either get the number 9 and get off in Cross Street, which I wanted to do, because that was going to be near. So I could see the Samba Band, because that's just near Cross Street. I would be able to see them, and then I would just watch a bit of them and live stream them, and then nip up to the Co-op and see Anne and the dancing going on there, Dance by Biz. So that was the plan. And there was a 2 and a 9, and I thought, which one's going to go first? Because if I got the 2, I would get up to where Anne was, and then maybe not do the Samba Band. So I got on the... Richard's saying that that's a lovely building, the Super Bowl's in. It is quite a nice building there. And anyway, so I got on the number... Which number did I get on? I got on the number 9, because I thought that one was going to go first, which it did. So I'm on the number 9, and the number 9 takes off, and it starts going, and I'm looking at my phone, and I look up, and the number 9 is not going in the number 9 direction. I'm thinking, did I get on the 2? Why am I going up Dover Street? Because the number 9 doesn't go... Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, so it does. Number 9 does go up Dover Street, but then it usually turns right. And it didn't turn right. I know. I looked up when we were at the top of Dover Street, and I'm thinking, where's it going? If it's going left, that's the number 2 route. So I suddenly thought I was on a number 2. I said to the other passengers, I said, am I on the number 9? They said, yes. I said, where's it going? It's on diversion. And the bus driver didn't tell us. He didn't say anything. You know, how easy would it have been to say, look, I'm not going this. So it didn't go to Cross Street. It didn't go to John Street. You know, it went on, instead of going this way, it went round here somewhere. And I'm thinking, well, I wanted to go and live stream there. I wanted to go and live stream there, and I'm over here. And it's no fault of mine. You know, so I said, hey, where are we going? I said, when can I get off this bus? He said, at the parish church. So it's missing out Cross Street, it's missing out John Street, it's going right round here, and it takes me right to the top of town. And I then have to walk back down. Fortunately, it was walking down and not walking up. I mean, you know, I was cross because I said to him, why didn't you tell us? Because I wouldn't have got on that bus. I would have got on the number 2. So, and got out and got off outside the library. But he said, oh, we're on diversion. Well, the diversion shouldn't have happened at that point. The diversion wasn't till the Children's Carnival, and the Children's Carnival was at 1:30. And for the Children's Carnival, they don't shut the roads until just before the carnival. And this was like 12:30, around that sort of time. And so I was not best pleased when I got off at the parish church. Hi, Lynn. I said, would it not have been a good idea to tell us? Because you've missed out Cross Street and John Street. What if any of us wanted to get off there? So he said, he just shrugged his shoulders. He didn't really care. Richard's saying in West Midlands they would say that going around the Wrecking? Right. Oh, I don't know what that means. Sorry, Richard. But it would be so nice if they actually said we're on diversion. Anyway, so because of that, I didn't get to the Samba workshop. But so I had to come whizzing down to town, and I wanted to get the dance. So I was late to Anne and the dancing, and she only did about 15 minutes. So I did get some of it, but I wasn't able to get in a good position because it was already crowded round there. So I was behind. I could see the children all dancing, but I had a lamppost and some bicycles were attached to the lamppost. So I had all those in the front of my live stream. But never mind, it gave the impression of what was going on. And so I did that. And then it was Children's Carnival time. So I live streamed the Children's Carnival as it went down. So I went into the high street and live streamed in the high street, and then it went round in a big loop round, and then I went and watched it come back the other way. So I did 2 live streams of the Children's Carnival. And you know, years ago I filmed one of the Children's Carnivals, and it was like a blink and you missed it. It was like about 5 minutes, if that. But now we have much better. Sorry, I'm just going to pour myself a drink, folks, because I'm getting very dry again. Whoops, keep my throat. I perhaps should stop talking. Going around the Wrecking is a hill near Wolverhampton. Ah, right, okay. It's pronounced Wrekin, right. So now I know. So going around the Wrekin is a hill near Wolverhampton to Shrewsbury route. Thank you. That's amazing. Another bit of the school day. Every day's a school day. Whoops, thank you. Let's put that over there. So the bus tour. Okay, that's fine. I get it now. I totally understand it. So the children. So as I say, some years ago, it was very much blink and you miss it. But now, what did we have? Did we have a band in the parade? Do you know? I've forgotten. I've watched so many carnivals. I can't remember what was in what. I think we must have had some music coming down there. Was there one of the marching bands? I think. And we had the new Carnival Company. And the new Carnival Company is amazing. They have applied and got lots of funding. And so they have been running workshops, costume workshops. That's free for people to go. So if they wanted to enter the carnival, they could go and make, some part of a costume, or, headdresses or whatever, and make costume and actually come into the carnival. And they themselves have made, at the carnival at their base, they've made these amazing puppets that the people stand here and the puppets' heads are right up here, and the people are controlling the hands of these huge puppets, and they're amazing. But of course they've been working on those since January, and they had them ready for the Mardi Gras, which is the Mardi Gras. It runs before all the main carnivals, so it's like a carnival parade, but it's called the Mardi Gras. And they'd made these beautiful costumes for Mardi Gras. And on Mardi Gras Day, it was so windy that they couldn't bring them out, because that you can't control them in the wind. It was just dangerous. So after all that time, they couldn't use them. But they have used them in other carnivals, and it's amazing. So they have come out, and we've seen them, and it's brilliant what they do. So there's so much going on. So they've been running workshops and things for people, just come along, free workshops, just amazing. So they were in their carnival. I think Miss Isla was Miss Isle of Wight. So we have somebody that's a drag artist, Miss Isle of Wight. I think she was in it. And who else? There were obviously children in it dressed up, which is obviously what it's for. It's the children's carnival. But it was there was quite a lot to see, and there was a good turnout. So that was lovely. So I watched that twice round. And so then, oh, that's right. So after that, I then had planned, after that, I went down to watch Huxley do his magic show, which is in the St Thomas's Rest Garden. So this is all very close in part of Ryde. So you've got the NatWest building here, you've got the Rest Gardens over here, you've got the square outside the co-op up here. So all this is in quite a compact area, and all these things going on. You've got the window spotting competition as well. That's part of the carnival. And so I went down to watch Huxley in the Rest Garden doing his magic. And then I'd planned to go to East Cowes for their carnival. And, I hadn't got a lift this time. Well, this is what I say now, but you'll see I did have a lift. Not there, I had a lift home. The lift wasn't a planned lift this time, because to get to East Cowes was quite easy for me. And the people who give me a lift, they were involved in doing things at Cowes Carnival, and then we're going to obviously get over to East Cowes quickly. And when they give me a lift, they have to go and get she has to go get her parents' car. So that was all a bit of a palaver. So I said, I knew I was going on the bus. So I'd worked out which bus. There's only one bus an hour to Cowes, East Cowes. And if you miss it, that could be whether you missed the thing or not. So I knew I was going to get the early bus. There was a later one that got to East Cowes, but I wanted to make sure that I was on a bus that got me there, and I didn't have to risk not getting on the bus if there were too many people with wheels. Because, if you've got a wheelchair and a buggy and another buggy or something, we can't all get on, especially if it's a carnival. Too many people going that way. So I wanted to go on the early bus. And actually, what happened, I'd seen the Claire, who gives me a lift sometimes, and I'd said to her, I told her which bus I was going on, and then there was a lady in a wheelchair, and Claire called me over. She said, because the lady in the wheelchair wanted to, yes, it was a wheelchair. She wanted to go to the carnival, and she didn't know the times of the buses. So I said, I can help you with that. And so we did. But I think she went she went around town and did various things. And I think, yes. But we linked up. I suggested a different bus stop than the one I was going to, because the one I was going to is in Cross Street, and it's very narrow there. And I thought she might find it a bit difficult in the wheelchair, but actually she did join me at that bus stop. There was a bus stop further round that I said might be easier for her, but anyway, she joined me at the bus stop, and we did get on the same bus. And then there was this big debate as to where. So I did the magic show, and then went to get the bus. I didn't do the magic show. I videoed the magic show. He didn't make me disappear either. Well, I disappeared at the end. But not before the bus stop in Cross Street, which is the one I wanted to get off at when the bus took me somewhere else, before earlier in the day. it's right outside the department, and the department is the old Elizabeth Pack department store that's now a wonderful community space, all sorts of things going on in there. It's got a shop, it's got a theatre, it's got a cafe, and it's got disabled toilets again. Disabled toilets, and they are allowing it to be like public toilets, and the town council have agreed to do the cleaning of the toilets. You know, so the town council don't own the department. That's run by the Shade Makers, which is a wonderful carnival company as well. And so that's amazing. And it's brilliant because it's right next to the bus stop. And I knew I'd got time to go there and time to go there. Richard's saying it's always good to get kids involved. Right, okay. So that's good. Oh dear, this horrible old cold. Sorry about this, folks. But I think you'd rather I wipe my nose than have a drippy nose. So I got to the bus. I got on the bus. Then I messaged Tracy because I don't know the carnival route, and of course it's the first time in 30 years that they were having a carnival in East Cowes, and none of us knew what it was going to be like because of course it hadn't had a history for 30 years. There was nothing. So who was going to turn out? You know, who would be in the carnival? Who was actually going to stand out and watch the carnival? Well, we needn't have worried. It was an amazing evening. You know, they really came up trumps and pulled out all the stops. So I didn't know where the carnival route was. So somebody suggested I got off at the Osborne House stop and just go round the corner because that's where the parade, where all the floats start. That's where it forms the carnival parade. But I messaged Tracy while I was on the bus because I said, I don't know where to go. I think I'm going to get off here. And she said, no, don't get off there. She said, because if you get off there and you walk down to watch the parade, she said, when you finish, you've got a long walk back up the hill to get to the bus stop. And so she said, come down to the bottom of town, which is what I did. So the bus goes down and it stops outside Waitrose, where there's another toilet, folks. You know, I know all the toilets now. Well, I think I do. So I went down there and I was mega early, obviously, because I was on a bus the bus that I was supposed to catch was about 7 minutes to 4. It didn't actually come till nearly 4:15, and we were watching on the app. We could see it hadn't even left perhaps it had never even arrived at the bus terminal at the seafront, because you can see on the app where the bus actually is. And so eventually we could see it moving. So we got, you know, it was late, but I was still mega early for the parade, because the parade was going to start at 6:15. I was travelling to Cowes at East Cowes at I think the bus came at 4:15, and it doesn't take that long to get to East Cowes, so I knew I was going to be mega early. But that didn't matter, because actually I had my picnic with me that I wanted to have. I don't know if that was my lunch. I don't think I'd even had my lunch. That's right, I hadn't, because I was too busy running around all the time. So I thought, well, I'll get off at Waitrose. There's benches outside Waitrose. I think they're supposed to be for Waitrose customers. And there's some other nice seats in the square there. But they were in the sun, and the Waitrose ones were in the shade. And as I told you, I don't like the hot sun, and my camera doesn't like that. Not that I know, I wasn't live streaming at that point. But anyway, but I also saw a couple of the Fat Samba team. So Fat Samba is not me being rude. Fat is Freshwater and Totland Samba band. And there was lovely Val there. She's a member of those. And I met Val because every time, years ago, when I was going to the carnival, she obviously lived on the route. So I might get on in ride, and then she'd get on further up. So I would see her so often. Hi, Darcy. I would see her so often on the bus. So we got to know each other. Eggs picnic tip is good. I'm glad you like that, because it's so filling. Those boiled eggs are so filling and so good on, you know, for Slimming World and protein and all that. So I'm glad you like that top tip. And so, what was I going to say? Yes, so I knew I'd got No, so that's right. So I saw Val there, and you know, we've seen each other on the bus so many times, and I met her recently. I said, "Oh, I don't know if I know your name." Anyway, we exchanged names. She might have told me before, but you know, I forget a lot of things. But I know she's Val. So they were sitting there, and I thought, well, that's interesting because they're in the carnival and they've got to get right up the hill. So they must have had quite, you know, I think they don't. I don't know that they realised how long it took to get up the hill. But anyway, I chatted to them for a while, and then they obviously had to go. So they went, and I sat there and had my picnic. And then when I'd finished my picnic, I nipped into Waitrose to you. Oh, I actually bought some. I did some shopping, a little bit of shopping in Waitrose, and then because I got a little bit of space in my bag, and I thought, oh yes, I can have a bit more yogurt. You know, I like to keep my yogurts well topped up because that's really good for me on Slimming World, and you know, all the protein in that, and whatever. I like fresh fruit in my plain yogurt. Plain yogurt's great because I don't have to count any sins for that for Slimming World. But I love putting raspberries and strawberries and blueberries in there, and I hadn't got any, so I went and got some, and I don't like plain yogurt, but I buy the protein, my protein, they're flavour drops, and I just drop some of that in to just flavour the yogurt. Posh yogurt. But I flavour it, so it's really nice, and that's no sins either. So for Slimming World, that's brilliant. I do like the Muller Light yogurts. Each one of those is half a sin. So Richard likes plain Greek yogurt. See, I don't like it plain. I don't like it plain. I do like Outpro, but Outpro's, I have to sin the Outpro. I have to sin the Muller Light. Muller Lights are only half. The Outpro is 4 sins for a 500 gram pot. So if I have half a pot, that's 2 sins, or if I have a quarter of a pot, it's 1 sin. But then you have to measure it out. That's the fruit you put in your yogurt. Oh, excellent, Heather. Yes, and of course they're speed foods. So for Slimming World, they're really good. All those things. My daughter got me into all those, you know, all those fruits. I didn't used to eat blueberries, but you know, I'm sort of educated. Muller has a giant dairy in Shrewsbury. Oh, do they? Excellent. So yes, so I had my picnic sitting there, did a bit of shopping in Waitrose, used the facility, and then decided that I would start walking through because Tracy had suggested that I went near the town hall, because where I was sitting, the carnival wasn't coming in that bit. It was coming down the road that was sort of almost parallel. So just as I started going across there, the Isle of Wight Highland Pipes and Drums team came across the square, and I thought, my goodness, they've got a long walk up the hill. Why have they parked down here if they're going up the hill? Well, actually, they weren't going up the hill because a lot of them are more elderly now. Marching in the parades is more difficult for them, so they were actually doing a set outside the East Cowes Town Hall. So Darcy is coming. He was Darcy was a part of the East Cowes Carnival yesterday with the East Cowes Carnival Queen's float. I just wasn't on the float. Never mind. It doesn't matter if you're on the float. It's very important to be one of those people actually taking part in that historic event, the first carnival in 30 years. That was amazing for you to be part of that, Darcy. So that was lovely. And you probably are in my live stream because, of course, I live streamed that yesterday and it was amazing. And that live stream, Tracy, I don't know if you can check out, if you're still there, Tracy, I'm sure you are. Can you check out how many views we've had to last night's live stream of the East Cowes Carnival? Because when I went to bed, so when Tracy and I were talking after the carnival last night, we were watching the views going up and up, and we were messaging each other, and I said, oh, it's hit 5,000, you know, she would tell me, and then I would say to her, oh, look, it's up to 5.9 thousand and that, and I think today it was well over 7,000 views to that, so that's amazing. And oh, wait a minute, I missed a message there. Sorry, I'm looking over here because I'm watching the messages here. It's easier to read than on my phone. So let's, what's my mouse is taken me away. It's taken me off my live stream. Wait a minute, it did something naughty. No, I'm back on my live stream. So Darcy says, the dance teacher is Zoe, the one you interviewed in the Newport Carnival. She had blonde hair with a Creations top on. She is my dance teacher. Oh, wonderful. So yes, the lovely lady with the blonde hair. Oh, brilliant. Oh, so that's great. Excellent. Because I do like giving you a shout out if I can. I like to just tell the world about as many of the things in the parade as I can. So, you know, I never mind somebody coming to me and saying, oh, you know, do give us a shout out or whatever. If I can, I will. And it's always good if I've got a leaflet or something. Hang on, my computer's doing strange things. If somebody can give me a leaflet with these things on, it's always useful. So that's good. What was 7.9 thousand views. Thank you, Tracy. 7.9 thousand views to last night's East Cows Carnival. It's amazing, and you know, part of that number was because Team Go Live Granny, Tracy and Tasha, part of Team Go Live Granny, because with the teams getting bigger, they were standing behind me when I was live streaming, and I said, while I'm live streaming, can you share it into some of the groups? So they shared it into some of the Isle of Wight groups, and then suddenly, you know, the numbers start going up. So if any of you ever enjoy any of the live streams I do, share them out to other people, and we will get just more and more views. You know, so I mean, the thing is, years ago when I first started doing this, we were getting like 12,000 views to a carnival. You know, almost straight away. And of course, I built up loads, and I built up the audience, and then of course we had COVID, and I wasn't live streaming, so all the figures go like that. And then it's taken us a while, but you know, I'm pretty pleased with these numbers. 7.9 thousand views is amazing, and I know that will go up and up. And of course, I don't know if I've done it yet. Did I put it up? I can't remember if I've got it on YouTube yet or not. I was starting to get some of the stuff up on YouTube, because I've got to remove everything from Facebook, because they'll delete these if I leave them there. They'll delete them in a month. So I like to stream on Facebook because it's more effective. We've got a bigger audience here, and so it's good to live stream on here. But then to download it and upload it to YouTube, and then I can always put it back on Facebook when it's disappeared from Facebook. You know, so if it's on YouTube, then I can share it on Facebook, and it won't be deleted from there. They're just deleting whatever we put on, you know, on here now. But that's the nature of the game. It is a free platform. My son always said, if you build on borrowed land, you know, these things happen. So Richard's saying, as soon as I go on YouTube, he was shared to USA and Australia. I think I might have loaded it already. I'm not sure. I did load some things, but when I load to YouTube, what I like to do is then put, I think I've done it. Somebody look on YouTube. I might have done it. It will be on the Isle of Wight YouTube channel. Some of them I'm putting on the Go Live Granny and on the Isle of Wight. It's all taking a lot of time. But when I do that, what I like to do is put in the links. So I think I have done it for the carnival, because I was putting in the link. Oh, I don't know if I've put the creation. I must go in and put... Darcy, if you can drop me, if you can give me a link to the dance school. I don't think I put that link on. I put all the links that I can. So he's on your profile with your other dance teacher. Excellent. So Darcy, are we friends on Facebook? Send me a message or link with me somehow, and then I can look and find your dance teacher. But I would like to put a link to the dance school. They got their own Facebook page, because when I went, so I've put the links to all the carnivals and to the Highland, you know, the Highland pipes and drums, or whatever they call them. I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. And so I like to put all those links in. If so, you could find that link. If you see that link, and drop it in a message to me, or, you know, somehow we'll find it. I know what I'm going to ask. Team Tracy, Team Go Live Granny Tracy, can you help me with this one? Tracy, if you can find. So Darcy, what is it's called creation. It's called Creations, isn't it? The dance school. Wait a minute. I think she put it there, didn't you? Creations. So creation with a Z on the end. Okay. Yes, they've got their own Facebook page. So I will sort of link it. I will put a link in the YouTube channel, because so important. This is how people find all these things, by, so this is what frustrates me about Visit Isle of Wight, who don't do what I'm doing, and yet they're the marketers for the island. But if they did this, and then they put all the links to, like I do, to all the different things going on in these live streams, that would go out, and the tourists that are not coming to the island would find it, and they would come to the island. It just so frustrates me, because the reason I do it is because Visit Isle of Wight don't. There we are. Look, somebody's put a link up now. I can see a link, but I haven't seen it. Oh, Tracy's put it there. But Tracy, so is that my YouTube? Is that that's the East Carnival's right? That Tracy's found my YouTube link to the carnival, and I can see I've just had a message come in, so that's probably a link going into my message as well. So when I finish this stream, if I can find the creations link, I will put it on underneath. So when you watch YouTube, there's a panel underneath. Thank you, Tracy. There's a panel underneath, and then I like to put links to all the things that I have put in there. And then in my section, the back section of it, when I am filling that in, I will put all the keywords, so if I put creation spelt like that in the keywords, in the tags, that should come up, as well when people are searching things. I would put that, I would put dance school, I would put all sorts of different things so that it can be found. And that's because I've been taught by my son that these are the way things get found. So there we go. So thank you for sharing that all out. And we are still only on Saturday, aren't we? But I didn't finish there, because as I told you, I went on the bus, and I was fully expecting to go home on the bus as well, and I didn't. I got a lift. So actually, we did the carnival. I'm not gonna miss this bit out. So we did the carnival. Team Golivegranny, Tracy, and thank you, Richard. Richard's put the link in there now. So Team Tracy and Tasha were standing behind. They were standing with me when I was live streaming. So we live streamed the pipes and drums. They didn't go up the hill for the parade. They did a set there in front of the town hall, so they didn't have to go up the hill. And I did some live streaming of them first before the carnival, and then they did another one, and I was live streaming that, and then the carnival came down while they were playing, and so I then had to move over a bit. But actually, no, while they were playing, they were in a circle, and they had their backs. Some of them had their backs to me. Now, when I live stream these days, I have to sit down. I can't do the standing, and so I can't move about a lot. I can move my camera around because it's on a mount, and I can swing it backwards and forwards like that. And I can pick the tripod up and move it while I'm sitting down. But I can't. What I wanted to do was show everybody the faces of all the people in the circle that were playing the pipes and drums. But I knew that if I tried to do that, I might fall over and the camera might go on down, and then we'd have a disaster. A granny shenanigans, another shenanigans. So I got lovely team Tasha. She was behind me. Tracy was they were both standing there, so that I was sitting on the Navy Nora, and we were on a bit of a hill. So, and I don't have brakes on Navy Nora. So I think you put something down, didn't you? Put one of my bags down to stop me rolling. Or they were stopping me rolling. And also, I have my handbag over the back of the trolley, and of course, my person that is in there, and that could be that somebody would come by and help themselves. I'd like to think that wouldn't happen. But anyway, so they were standing there as well. What I usually do if I'm on my own, I take the bag off the front and I put it down here. But, you know, you've got to think of all these things. And so they were helping me like that and stopped me rolling down the hill. And then wonderful Tasha, I said, oh, do you mind? You don't have a good going uphill problem in camp. However, there is a Ridley Mountain rescue team meets in a pub. Right, okay. Excellent. So I said to Tasha, I said, would you be kind enough to take... So she picked up so the camera is in a mount on a tripod. So she's carrying the tripod, and she did a beautiful job. She went right round, and she didn't go too fast. It was amazing. It was wonderful. You know, bearing in mind I've not trained her. She's great. And so she went round with the camera, and she went right round the whole circle. And I've watched that footage back, and I just loved the way she did that. And then she brought the camera back to me, and then we finished, you know, and then, of course, we had the carnival come down. It was a brilliant carnival. It was a brilliant turnout. We had no idea what would happen because it was the first time in 30 years. Creations is based in East Cowes. Oh, excellent. So even more special because, of course, you've been in the other carnivals, haven't you? But it's great that it was in the carnival last night and based in East Cowes, so that's really good. So we can do lots of shout outs about this because this is how, you know, this is how people get to know things, isn't it? Just sharing. So what's piddly? Did you mean, Steps? I don't know what you meant was piddly. Our carnival was certainly not piddly. It was huge. You know, well, I mean, it was a really good carnival, and I know that Tracy was so proud. I was proud of, you know, what the people here do on the island. It's just absolutely amazing. And, you know, we have all this going on week in and week out, all through the summer. All these things happen, all done by volunteers. You know, we don't have any paid staff to run these carnivals. And this is what, you know, people want to see. And this is why my grouse, you know, with Visit Isle of Wight, why aren't they showing the carnivals? And I don't care what I say on here because they should be showing the carnivals to the world. You know, what better way to get people to our island than actually, you know, showing what we do here. And I know when I had a young family, I mean, I used to come when I was small, and I loved the island and I loved the carnivals. So when I had a small family, a young family, I mean, we came here because we wanted to go and see the carnivals, and we were even in the carnivals ourselves as holiday makers. Sorry, another drink, folks. Gosh, we're at 3.5 hours nearly. Who cares? Does it matter? Do you know what? It's not telling me how long I've been on here. Oh, I know why. Because I'm only live streaming on Facebook. When I go on StreamYard, it tells me how long I've been live streaming for. Oh, I'm glad you've explained that. Deb said Ridley was autocorrect for piddly. Oh, right, okay. A local village. Mountain Rescue raised a lot of money. Go sharing. All right, excellent. Thank you. I'm glad you cleared that one up, Debs, for me. And Tracy's talking about a personal performance I had right in front of the camera. Yes, so this is amazing. Whenever I'm on any carnival routes, what happens with our carnivals, as probably does in other carnivals, you know, there'll be the marching bands, and then sometimes they stop and they might do a little marching routine, and there are other carnival floats where they dance and they do all sorts of things. So the carnival doesn't just go straight like that. It will go and then it will stop, and then people do things. And it's just the luck of the draw where you're standing as to whether you get somebody actually doing a great performance in front of you. You know, the other day, the strollers, so they weren't in East Cowes Carnival, but they were in one of the others, and they do a wonderful dance, you know, a routine. And I was right there. I think that was at Ventnor Carnival, and they did it right in front of me. Unfortunately, at Newport Carnival, one of the bands did their routine, but they were just a bit further up. And I thought, no, if I try and move, it's not going to work. You know, it's going to be a disaster. So I didn't. But, you know, I'm so lucky. But yesterday in the carnival, the Vectis Corps of Drums stopped right in front of me. And I didn't notice until I watched the replay that they stopped, and the girl with the cymbals, I didn't see this at the time. I think I must have been looking in another direction because the camera's on the stand. So I don't actually have to be always watching there. I'm watching, you know, what's going on here, what's going on there. And then if I see something, I want to turn the camera, I do that. Anyway, it was only when I watched the replay that I saw that the girl with the cymbals put her cymbals down on the floor, and another girl and some other of the youngsters moved forward. Yeah, so I think I'd got the camera. Well, anyway, I caught it on camera, and they moved forward. And actually, what they were doing, it was the YMCA. So Ted Funnel, so Red Funnel are in East Cowes, and I think they did part of the sponsorship for the carnival. And they have a mascot called Ted's Funnel. So he's a big teddy bear, and he wears a navy blazer, and he represents Red Funnel. Thank you, Vivian. You're saying I look great tonight. I am feeling great. I am on such a high. I have a wonderful audience here. I've had an amazing week, you know, which is why I'm still 3.5 hours. I'm still broadcasting 3.5 hours in, because I need to tell you all these wonderful things. And so just amazing. So Ted Fun, I hadn't seen Ted Fun. I'd seen him coming down. And I don't know if it's a he or she inside. I don't know who was inside it last night, but it's amazing. It must have been so hot. So hot, those costumes. But I didn't see Ted Funnel move. But all of a sudden, Tracy's saying to me, look, there's Ted Funnel. And Ted Funnel was at the front. So the carnival had come down like this and stopped there. And somebody further down, who I'd spoken to earlier, her son was the little one in the carnival, and I noticed he was there, so I wanted to swing the camera onto these things. So suddenly they're doing the YMCA movements, and Ted Funnel's doing all this. It was just wonderful. We couldn't have been better positioned for that. It was just amazing. But it was lovely to watch back on the replay and see. So these youngsters were there, but I didn't see how they got there or anything like that. It was just amazing. And I mean, the whole thing was amazing. You know, we had marching bands. Did we have 3 marching bands last night? I think we had. Didn't we have Vectis Corps of Drums, Medina Marching Band, and White Diamonds? White Diamonds haven't been around for a while, but they are back this year, which is amazing. Just wonderful things. And so the whole carnival was amazing. And then what made it even more amazing, my friends who normally give me a lift, but obviously didn't give me a lift yesterday, you know, that was fine. That was not a problem. Her son and daughter were the frogs in the carnival, and she was walking with them. She was carrying the cups that they'd won, because they keep winning awards in these different carnivals. And she came over to me and she said, would you like a lift home? I said, you can't give me a lift home because you've probably only got your small car. So she borrows her dad's car. Well, apparently, unbeknown to me, her mum and dad live right opposite where I was sitting. I didn't even know her mum and dad knew who I was. They obviously knew that she borrowed the car to take the Golivegranny. But they were actually they were standing on the pavement opposite where I was live streaming, and they rang Claire while she was at the top in the carnival and said, doesn't Golivegranny need a lift home tonight? and so they lent her the car, and literally at the end of the carnival, I only had to cross the road and sit on the wall and wait for Claire to go all the way back round in the carnival and come and pick me up, and I had a lift home. That is so amazing. I'm so grateful for all these things, because I would have been pretty pooped after yesterday's thing. I enjoyed doing it, don't get me wrong, and I wanted to do it. It was the walk up from the bus stop that I was not looking forward to last night, because from the bus I would have been on last night, I would have had to there's a bit of it goes up. It doesn't go up like that. It goes up a bit, then it goes down, and then it goes up in my road. And it is when you're tired, that is when I'm tired. The other day I did it and I just thought, oh, I don't know how I'm going to get home. Most of the time I'm fine. But if I've had quite a challenging time, then it does tax me. But I don't want to stop going out and doing what I do. And it's wonderful people like Claire and her parents and her family who, they watch out for me. They lift my stuff in. They lift my stuff. They are just amazing family. And I got to meet the dad, Claire's dad, last night. And I was able to thank him very much. And that was just amazing. So I was so lucky, wasn't I? Let's have a look. I'm missing a lot of chat here. Let's go back. 5 bands. So Creation Dance Academy says there were 5 bands. And hang on, next carnival oh right, okay. So who said? Deb said next carnival you could be in a float live streaming the crowds. Well, actually, yes, somebody has answered you there, Debs, because in 2018, I think it was, I was on a carnival float. We had a Golivegranny carnival float. I was on the float. Tracy got to put all the lights on for the illuminated carnival, and she's never let me forget it, because I was supposed to be helping her, but instead of helping her, I was filming her, so that we decorated the carnival float in St Helens, where the owner of the lorry lived in St Helens. So we went up there to decorate it before the first carnival. Tracy's put no, Debs. And so we decorated it in St Helens, and then it came down to us for the main carnival in Ryde. And 2019, Richard's saying 2019. And so because the main carnival was on Thursday and the illuminated carnival was on Saturday, we didn't want to take the decorations off and then have to put them all back on again. And so the float was parked on my front, on my grass. The grass that I then developed into a container garden, so it wouldn't have been able to go on there another year. And so it was there, and so we had it there, overnight. And then on Tracy came over, and Tasha, did any more of your children come, Tracy? I can't remember. And they were putting the lights on, and I was filming them from taking pictures of them from the window here. So I wasn't actually helping them, and Tracy's never let me forget it. But what an amazing team they were. I don't know why they're still associated with me, I put them through all these things and they still keep coming back for more. They are great. They are great. So let's just go back to some of those carnivals. Wait a minute, hang on. So, Richard's saying, the Ridley was autocorrect. He's saying not to be confused with the Worcester Piddly villages, including Wirepiddle, which sounds painful. It certainly does. Absolutely. So we are not going to put, and you know what I did do, I liked going on I liked the experience of the carnival float. It was a very purple float, as you know. Steb and Stephen helped on the Thursday, and Tash helped on the Saturday. I knew that there was a good team from your family. I just couldn't remember all the details because my memory's going a bit. It was just such a super time. So we thought we'd have this carnival, I had this brainwave to have this carnival float because I'm perhaps, a bit crazy lady. And so it was very purple, and we had lots of knitting on it. People from around the Golivegranny community sent things to go on the carnival float, and then afterwards they were donated for charities and things, so it was all a good fundraising thing. But the carnival was the float was very purple. I had various people help. I've forgotten the name of the guy who owns the TARDIS. He came and helped, make a wooden construction that went on it. And then I had somebody in the community who made giant size knitting needles. They were huge knitting needles, because you have to have knitting needles on Golivegranny's float. And then I made a huge ball of wool. I did it over like a paper mache. I did it over a balloon. A huge ball of wool, I think it was a purple ball of wool, and then we had all sorts. So Tracy and Tasha, I don't know what I would have done without Tracy and her gang, because they put all these lights. I've managed to get people to sponsor lights. I tell you who, Bright Bulb is an island-based business, and I've known them since they started, and they do websites and things, and they've grown into an amazing business. But I persuaded them to sponsor some lights to go on, you know, some of these LED lights and things to go on the float. And I said I would put an advert for them on the float. I've still got the board, it's over there with their lovely Bright Bulb. I thought, it's Bright Bulb, we need them to sponsor the lights that go on the carnival float for the illuminated carnival. And so that's what they did. Richard's calling me crazy craft lady as opposed to a crazy cat lady. Yes, because I think there is a crazy cat lady out there. Debs is saying she's been there but not to the pubs. Wait a minute, let's scroll down. The lady, right. Oh yes, so Tracy's saying that the lady in the front. So there was a lady who was standing in front of when the Vectis Corps of Drums were doing their routine. She was standing in the front and she was videoing them. And of course, she caught me because I was at the side and I'm on her camera, and she's probably on my camera. So that was amazing. So she caught me on the Navy Nora. So Richard's saying his friend Julian Gabriel Clark doing crossplay tomorrow as Tom Baker, Doctor Who with a large scarf at Worthing Carnival. Could be a bit warm. Okay, so where is Julian from? Is Julian from the island? Because I know that name, don't I? And I know that name's associated with cosplay in my head, but I think that's somebody from the island, isn't it, Richard? White Diamonds haven't marched for 6 years, think it was, and now they have a new uniform. Yes, that was amazing. Lovely new uniform. Right, so lift from some of the 7.9 thousand community. Yeah, that's it. We've got 7.9 thousand views so far on that carnival. Richard has put sorry, I'm a bit behind with these comments. Richard's put the creation dance link in there, and Debbie was saying no to the carnival float. That's it. Sorry, I'm so amazing what you can do with help, considering your scare with pneumonia. Absolutely, my scare with pneumonia came in 2022, end of 2022, and you know, it's the community that got me through my recovery. You know, I had amazing neighbours, because I came out of hospital the day before Christmas Eve, having been in hospital for 10 days. I came out, I was on oxygen for 3 months, but I think I did some live streaming even then, didn't I? Maybe not straight at the beginning. I know I was certainly putting stuff out on social media. I was putting pictures of me with my mask on and that sort of thing, because, you know, you either go down in the dumps or you have to have a laugh about it. And I know that without the community, it would have been a very different story. And my amazing neighbours, they looked after me. I was supposed to go away for Christmas, and of course that didn't happen. And I was home alone for Christmas, not with my family. But, you know, my next door but one neighbours, I mean, my next door neighbours are good, but my next door but one neighbours, they came in, they read all, I was on a virtual ward. I had to take my own, readings. I had to do various things and temperatures and whatever. And they came in and did it for me. And they gave me a Christmas dinner. They said, would I like a Christmas dinner? And there was no way I wanted to cook a Christmas dinner myself in that condition. And so they made me a Christmas dinner. They said, we don't know what time you'll have it, but we will do it. And that was just so amazing. It was just wonderful. I have managed to surround myself. And as I say, this is thanks to Visit Isle of Wight, who don't do the job. That's why I live stream. And that's why I have this amazing community. I mean, obviously I'd have my neighbours, but I wouldn't have the live stream community. And, you know, it's just amazing how so many things have happened. I never planned to do all this sort of thing. I just wanted to show off, you know, our beautiful island. And all these things happen. So right, let's just scroll down the comments because I can see there's more comments. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. There we go. Right, let's have a look. So Debs reckons we can. Tracy said no to the carnival, and Debs is saying yes. But you know what? I get a better experience from not being on a carnival float, because if I'm on a carnival float, all I see is the crowd, which is great, but I don't see the carnival, because if you're in the carnival, you can't see the carnival. And I actually I loved doing it and having that experience, but I actually prefer streaming what other people are doing. So that's it. So Tracy's saying she has to say, after walking in Lynn's carnival and walking in 4 or 5 since, I much prefer standing watching now, even though the experience of walking in the carnival is amazing. It is amazing, but it's very tiring. And of course, Ride Carnival this week, we're on a hill. So the carnival starts at the bottom. At least they go uphill and then come down when they're tired. But, you know, there's some of our carnivals are hilly. That's how it is, because that's just what happens. But that when we did the carnival, when we did the Golivegranny float, we also had a bus with us. So I'd met somebody who owns one of the vintage buses, and she agreed to come in the carnival with us as part of our float, and she allowed people to go on the bus who perhaps couldn't walk up the hill. So we had some people who couldn't walk up the hill, so they got on the bus, and I think when they got up the hill and coming down, I think some of them got off the bus as well to walk down. So it was amazing. But right, so Richard's saying his friend did the sock puppet workshop recently and was bottom in recent Midsummer Night's Dream Theatre performance. So was that on the island, Richard? I didn't see whether you answered me to that. So Tracy's saying, do you know, Debs, if she asked, I would probably say yes. How can you say no to the Golivegranny? I tell you what, Tracy, I do not want to do a carnival float again. There might be some other crazy ideas we come up with, but I think a carnival float, well, I think, you know, that was an amazing amount of work. And I think we could channel our energies in different directions. I think so. So Darcy's saying Creation Dance Academy is at East Cowes St George's Studio. Right, so I don't know where is St George's Studio. I don't know East Cowes all that well. I need to get to know it more. So I'm sure you can let me know where that is. But I'm sure it's a wonderful place. Tracy's very happy to hear that I'm not going to do another carnival. Yes, but I might do something even more wacky, Tracy. Are you up for that? But I did give Tracy a little present today. So let's get on. So this was a most amazing evening yesterday. We had wonderful crowds turning out. We had wonderful carnival. It was an amazing achievement. You know, to pull that off after a 30-year gap. That's what you call a community coming together. That's really what community is all about. It was amazing. So anyway, as I say, at the end of the carnival, I did not have to go and rush round for a bus and go home on the bus, because I went across the road, sat on the wall. Tracy and Tasha were sitting on the wall too. Tasha went down to the co-op and she went to buy some things, and she said, did I want anything? So I said, oh yes, I forgot. When I was in there earlier, I forgot to get my Outpro yogurt, because I like the Outpro vanilla, and so she got that for me. Not only did she get that for me, but I got a staff discount, because I forgot that she worked there and she got a staff discount. I didn't even know she got a staff discount. So we were little Humpty Dumptys on the wall, that's right. And it was just such fun. We were sitting there chatting. It was so relaxed. So Darcy's saying also there's so many opportunities happening, like competitions and performing on the West End. Well, what an amazing, what an amazing island we live on. It's just so amazing. And I'm not born and bred here, but I am so glad to be here. I came here 25 years ago. I didn't really want to live here, and I came to help my parents' business and ended up staying like you do. But I know some of you heard that story. I lived in London. I came to help my parents with their school because I was an ex-teacher not teaching, and you build from the bottom up, and I was a primary school and nursery school teacher. I said to my dad, I will come if you let me go home on a Friday and come back on a Sunday. And I was a driver then. I wasn't doing shenanigans on the train, but my goodness, did I have a major shenanigan on the road. Because what happened, I was obviously getting so tired, and I got my wake-up call, but it was a very scary wake-up call because I fell asleep at the wheel. Just a split second, that's all it takes. But somebody was looking out for me that night. I woke up split second later, and I was inches from the back of a lorry, and I thought, my goodness, Lynn, what are you doing? What are you doing? And I decided that going home every weekend was not a great idea. So I stopped going home every weekend. I was then not so tired because I was doing a whole, a week's teaching and then going home and then coming back. But all my friends were in London. That's where my home was. But when I stopped going home every weekend, I joined the church. I joined the Rotary Club. Both of which I've left since because people tried to bully me in those organisations, and that's not what I was put on this world for. So I left. I voted with my feet, and I haven't really done much churchy stuff since. I was a churchgoer all my life, but I feel that you can actually do your Christian work not necessarily in church. A lot of most Christian work is done. I'm not saying there's not a reason to go to church. But I feel a lot of the best Christians, not all the best Christians, because there's some very good Christians in churches, and I don't want to offend anybody, but a lot of the Christian work is done not there. So Darcy's saying, the friends you making at creations last forever. Yeah, that's amazing. And wait a minute, I've got to look over here because those comments are disappearing too fast. Sorry. Because it's only a little bit there. Let's scroll back a bit because Darcy's filling us in on a lot of information. So there's so many opportunities happening, like competitions and performing on the West End. That must be an amazing opportunity. And the friends you make last forever. She's planning all of this, bless her. That's amazing. I need to do some interviews. I did a spell where I would do a live stream and bring somebody in on camera, so not even having to be in the same place. I think we need to go back to doing some of those interviews so that you can see all these wonderful people. I can interview them, couldn't I? So yes, she's been planning a lot of exciting stuff that's happening. That's amazing, Darcy. Wait a minute. So Stebbs is saying her step-granddaughter. Oh, the comments are going too fast. Oh, hang on a minute. Whoops. My step-granddaughter lives in Bedford and mad about ballet. Her great nan is on the Isle of Wight. Any visitor dance opportunities? Oh, wow. So let's see. Let's see what Darcy's saying there. Her mum Becky also does it with her to help her out. Yes, I always support my dance teachers. Excellent. So what about it? Would there be dance opportunities for visitors who came to the island? Maybe drop-in workshops? I don't know. Just putting it out there because that's what Deb said. So, I mean, what an amazing evening we're having. We're just coming up to 8, 9, 10. Is this 4 hours? Have I been live streaming for 4 hours? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 4 hours I've been live streaming. Oh, my goodness. And we haven't even done Sunday yet. So we got, so that was the most amazing evening. And, that will live on in our memories for such a long time. And of course, we've got it on camera as well. We've got all of that on camera. And I'm sure that the 7.9 thousand views will not be where it stops. I'm sure it will go on and up and up. And if people share it, it will keep going up and up. So that's amazing for you. Yeah, I had to do it on my fingers. I couldn't believe I'd done 4 hours. My longest ever one of these is 5 hours. So, I can't believe you're still up, Lynn. Oh, Jan! Jan's just come in. Jan is one of the lovely members of the Samba band and Raw, the Samba. And I've seen Jan, and Jan knows me. We know each other by sight, but I'm sorry, I have to mention this, Jan. I hope you don't mind. We were in the hovercraft queue the other day when I was on my way to my daughter's, and Jan was there, and she said to me, are you going to live stream in the hover, in the hover terminal? And you know, a lot of people know me, but I don't always necessarily know them. And of course, I would have seen her in the samba band, but not necessarily known her. And then she said, "Oh, I'm one of the samba band." And so then we got to know each other on the hover. We sat next to each other. We did a selfie in that. And of course, now I know who she is. So when your samba band go by now, I look and I identify her, and it's just marvelous. So yes, I've been Jan. I've been live streaming since 8:15. I've just been telling everybody what a marvellous week I've had, and it's been such a busy week that it's taken 4 hours to do that information. So lovely to see you in here, Jan. Darcy's talking about the Creations dance group that were in the East Cows Carnival last night. And they do tap and freestyle and lyrical. Oops, hang on, the comments are whizzing by. And then they do tribe, and then they do comp. Wow, that's amazing. Excellent. And Jan's just put a little heart there. Thank you, Jan. So this is, you know, what a community. So Darcy's saying Creations to her is like family. And yes, and you know what? When I see the marching bands, and particularly if they've got the bell lyres in them, it reminds me of my own children, because they were in a marching band. They were in the Boys Brigade back in London, and my daughter was allowed to play as well, because we belonged to a church called Kingsdown, and they were called the KGB, the Kingsdown Girls and Boys, and they used to perform in carnivals. We didn't have many carnivals near where we were, but the band leaders took them and went to carnivals, you know, further away than where we lived, and it was an amazing experience for them. And all our brass bands remind me of when my own children were doing that sort of thing. It just brings back those memories. And my own children, I had to pay about 25p a week. That's all. You know, that's in old time, but that was not a lot of money to have my children taught these wonderful things. I couldn't believe, you know, that's all they wanted to charge me for them to be in the Boys Brigade. And it was just absolutely amazing. And so this is, when I see all these children now, it just reminds me of my own family doing all that. So hang on. So Richard's saying, or you can chat on a number 9 bus and connect with people like you and I. Yeah, so Richard, who lives in Birmingham, loves coming to the Isle of Wight, and one day he happened to be on the number 9 bus on one side of the bus, and I happened to get on and sit on the other, you know, just across the gap there, and we ended up having a conversation, and now we've known each other for how many years, Richard, have we known each other? So Richard's saying, yes, Julian lives on the island. Yes, I thought I knew that name. I thought it was an island name, an islander's name. So. Oh, I was telling you the story about how I came to live on the island, didn't I? So when I had that near mishap, you know, when I fell asleep at the wheel, I decided it was not worth doing that anymore. I joined a church, I joined a Rotary Club. I told you I was bullied, so I left them, and then I forgot to finish that conversation. And so I decided that going home was not a great idea. Joining these, I met lots of people then, because I didn't know anybody. I lived above the school, went to the supermarket, and went back to London. Then I started meeting people. I helped in the Rotary, you know, and I was doing the church. Met lots of people, and suddenly decided that actually I really wanted to live on the island. And I was so lucky, because I said to my daughter, so she was living in my place back there, I said, I don't need to sell, because I live in the flat above the school. Not ideal, but it was okay. She said, Mum, I was just going to tell you I wanted to move on. And she really did. I said, if you're sure, then put the house on the market, the bungalow on the market. She put it on the market, and it sold in 5 working days at the full asking price. Way back then. It was amazing. Right, so Hazel's saying, I can't get you on Facebook. You are on Facebook now, Hazel. Do you mean you can't get me on YouTube? Tells me they are having trouble with the video. Oh, so we're on Facebook now. Hazel, I tried to send you a message because I can't do YouTube and Facebook at the same time. So StreamYard are playing naughty because we have a contract until into September where StreamYard should allow me to be live streaming on YouTube and Facebook at the same time. And they said I went to do what I usually do, set it up, click on YouTube, click on Facebook, and it said I could only stream on one platform. I had to upgrade to stream on two. No, excuse me, we've got a contract with you that says we in contract until February. No, February? Where did that come from? September. So, not pleased with StreamYard, and so decided to just come straight on Facebook and just live. I'm not even streaming through StreamYard tonight because I was just too annoyed with them, and so I'm just streaming straight on Facebook. So that's why that is, Hazel, but I'm glad you found us. But we've been 4 hours live streaming, Hazel. But I'm really glad you found us because I was worried. I mean, I haven't seen Steve come in the house tonight. Steve is another one of our YouTube viewers. And Bob, of course, watches from Australia on YouTube. But Bob is in Ryde. And, of course, what a night for me not to be able to live stream on YouTube, because if he was watching, I would be able to say to him, you know, make a way of contacting us, because he's in Ryde. He lives in Australia and he's in Ryde at the moment. He's staying down at one of our hotels here. And I have no way of contacting him other than I sent a message on YouTube, but I don't know if he's seen it. So if he was in tonight's broadcast, but he's not on Facebook, so I can't try and find him. But maybe I can drop a message to the hotel where he's staying and see if we can make a connection that way. But it's such a shame. Anyway, I can't do any more than that. So that's why, Hazel, you didn't find me on YouTube. And, you know, it's actually just straight on Facebook. So that was the reason why. Darcy is saying, and I always look up to my amazing, fantastic dance teacher as I want to be a dance teacher like her when I'm older. That's brilliant, Darcy. Yeah, you know, I think we're very much, you know, formed by the teachers we have, aren't we? You know, that they do influence. I mean, influence us. Yes. So yes. So I've been here on the island 25 years. I call it home now. I was doing something today and I saw a quote. There's a quote from Jane Austen from Mansfield Park, and it says, you know, she calls this her island, like there's no other island in the world. And I think that. I don't think there's another island like this in the world. I just love it. Darcy's saying that she's also very supportive. You know, she's obviously sounds like a wonderful person, Darcy. So that's good. So I do need to perhaps interview her, don't I? So anyway, so that was just so amazing yesterday. And then today, let's do Sunday. And then maybe by 5 hours, I might be finished. Today was another crazy day for me. So I tried, I think, when did I get in? So I got this lift home last night. I wasn't too late home last night because, of course, I got a lift. And the carnival had been at 6:15, so it wasn't a late finish. It wasn't an illuminated carnival, so we didn't have to wait for it to get dark. And so I was home in quite a reasonable time. And I did try and get an early night. I think I did, because I knew I'd got a very heavy day today. And so I did go to bed reasonable, I think. No, I didn't. Did I? Tracy will tell me I didn't, because I think we were so busy watching the views of the live stream from last night go up and up and up. I just kept watching it and kept seeing all sorts of things going on social media. So I didn't go to bed very early. But then I set my alarm this morning, but I think I even woke up before the alarm, and I wanted to be down in Ryde for 10 o'clock, because at 10 o'clock the market there was a market in the Victorian Arcade. So in the Victorian Arcade is a wonderful building in Ryde High Street, and it's got some quaint little shops, but on a Sunday they have markets there. Yeah, I was watching the carnival again, wasn't I, Tracy, last night? That's why I didn't go to bed. I was on too much of a high. So they're doing markets in this lovely Victorian Arcade building. It's amazing. And my friend Pat, who I know was in the broadcast at the beginning of the broadcast, I don't know if you're still here, Pat. You've probably given up long since. But she's an avid crocheter. I'm a knitter, and I do crochet, but I don't enjoy it as much as knitting. Well, she does crochet like I do knitting. You know, she's always crocheting. She does wonderful things. And she said, would I go down? Because she knew I was going to be in Ryde, you know, down in the town. So she said, would I go down and live stream around the market to give them a bit more publicity? So I thought, yes, I'll do that. I'll go there at 10. And then what was I going to do? Remind me, I've forgotten what I was going to do. I was going there at 10 to do that. Then where was I going next? I've forgotten. Tracy, can you remind me what I was what I was doing next? Save me, see me and you. We were chatting privately all through the week. Right, okay, right. Sorry, that's right. We were chatting privately all through the week. So let me just see. So I know that I was going there. Oh, I know what I was going to do. Yes. So I was going to go there at 10, do that, work my way down to Super Bowl, where Keris and Sean, that's Claire's children, well, they're not children, they're big children, they're grown up, they were the frogs. And they were going to be doing some bopping around as frogs, where all the scooterists were, to try and get some extra funds for the carnival, because they had got the buckets, the collection. So I said I would go down there. So they messaged me where they were going to be, but I didn't leave home as early as I said. So they were going to be there at 11. So I was going to do this and go there. I didn't actually leave home until what time? I didn't get down. Oh, I think I was late getting down, whatever time. I was quite late getting down. And I then tried to ring a taxi to take me straight there, and they said, oh no, they said we can't pick you up for an hour. So I thought, all right, okay, so I walked and I got the bus down to there. Went in and did the live stream. And then had a long conversation with John, who runs the Victorian Arcade, and that was really useful. It was about various ideas and things for coming up, and he was showing me some plans of things he's going to do in there, which I won't reveal at the moment, but when it's coming to fruition, I will shout about it. And then, but I had a chat, going to the market, then off to Ticket to Ride, then scooters. That's right, and you couldn't get a taxi. That's right. So that's what happened. So I was live streaming around the market, and I was live streaming Pat, who was the one who'd asked me to go. And while I was live streaming, Tracy was watching me. And she thinks I went out about 20 to 11 or something like that. I know it was quite late that I got down, down to the town. And so I was live streaming all the lovely crochet on Pat's stand. Sorry, I'm getting tired. I'm forgetting. On Pat's stand. And Tracy said, oh, is that a lovely gonk bumblebee? And there was a gonk bumblebee on Pat's stand. Well, Tracy has a thing about bumblebees because she's been very involved in a fundraising for a charity called Kessie Kindness. Kessie was a wonderful little girl who was taken far too soon from this world, but she loved bumblebees, and so the charity has a lot to, there's a lot of bumblebees to do with this charity, and so Tracy has a thing about bumblebees. So she saw this gonk and she loved it, and I had been wanting to get Tracy and Tash presents, didn't know what to get them at all. I was racking my brains as to what I could give them as presents, and when she said she loved that, I was indicate. So I was streaming the table, but I was mouthing to Pat that I wanted to buy the bumblebee. I didn't want anybody to come and buy it while I was standing there because I wanted it. So I was indicating to her behind the camera to save it for me. So when I'd finished streaming, I bought the bumblebee. And I bought another little present for Tasha off the stand there, something that was nice and smiley as well. And I just thought that was great. Oh gosh, Kezzy would have been 16 next month. So how was she? Was she 6, Tracy? I can't remember how old she was. I mean, I never got to meet her, but she sounds like an amazing, amazing young lady. And her mum was an amazing young lady. We've sadly lost her mum now as well, but she was an amazing lady doing all this charity work. And Tracy and she were friends, which is hence why, obviously, you know, Tracy was well involved in this. Loved the Daisy picture. Patrick posted earlier. Oh right, okay. So Tracy was saying, yes, I didn't see the Daisy picture. I haven't been on social media much other than actually recording. So yes, she was 6. Wow, gosh, is that 10 years ago then? Oh my goodness. But anyway, so much has been done in her memory that's helped a lot of lovely people. And Tracy's saying it was beautiful, the picture. I haven't seen that picture yet, so I will have to have a look after I finish broadcasting. That will be really... I'm not going to get much of an early night, am I? It's 25 past midnight, but I can lie in tomorrow because tomorrow I have said I'm not going anywhere until the afternoon, and Tracy's given me the bus times because it's St Helens Carnival tomorrow, and she's given me the bus times I need to get on to go to St Helens. And so the rest of the day is going to be Chloe, sorry, I saw Zoe come up there as a comment. So the rest of the day is chill out and maybe load some social media if I feel like it. So it doesn't matter what time it is now. I'm sorry I'm keeping you all up. You can go if you need to get to bed. Zoe's she's amazing at being a dance teacher. That's brilliant. So anyway, I've forgotten. Oh, the bumblebee, yes. So and Kezzy kindness and all that. So I gave their creations. That's wonderful. I gave Tracy and Tasha these little presents later, and I think they went down very well. I think you liked them, didn't you, Tracy? And I think Tasha liked hers. So it gave me great pleasure to buy them. It was great. I said to Pat, you know, you asked me to come and live stream this, and it ends up costing me money. and that wasn't the only money I spent today. So it was good that I was able to give presents, but then I spent some money on me today as well. So I bought these in the market. These, you know, because it was blue. I was wearing blue. It's silvery ears because I have silvery shoes. So I have to match my ears. And then because I like wearing things on my head, and I didn't have anything on my head. So that was great. So I bought that. Thank you for my and Tasha's presents. My gonk is in pride of place in your lounge with all my other bee stuff. So you are I'm very naughty. I'm naughty, but I'm nice, and that's okay. Heading to bed now. Fine, Debs. Might do some more boat building tomorrow. Hard work. Night, everyone. And Richard saying, reminded him so much of Nikki, heart of gold surrounded by girly pink and radiates sunshine from its open arms. I will look at it when I've finished the broadcast. I will have a look at that. But yes, so I finished in the live streaming around the Victoria Arcade, but I was way too late, and by the time I got down to the seafront, so trying to get down to the seafront was a massive challenge because so many people were in town. All the scooterists were there, and I love it because they were in and out of all our shops. Well, not all of our shops were open. I can't understand anybody not opening on today. Because there were so many people in ride, and they were going in and out of the shops, and they were spending their money. But they were also ambling down the pavement. So I don't go very fast, but I wanted to get along. But I had to be patient, and just, you know, went along. And then I tried to cross the road, and there were people standing outside the King Lud, and they were blocking my view. Now, normally, when it's not so busy like this, I can see and I can cross the first bit of the crossing on even if the red man's up, if there's no traffic, you can see there's no traffic coming. And as long as there's no children around, I don't set a bad example if there are children there. But if there's no children there and there's nothing coming, then I will cross that first bit. But I always wait for the green on the second bit because that's a very busy bit. But there were some guys standing, so I couldn't see. And I said, oh, excuse me. I said, can you move because I can't see if there's any traffic. They said, well, they were rude, a bit rude. They told me to push the traffic button and wait for the green man. But anyway, that was them. They were drinking their beer and they were okay. So I went on my merry way. When the green man came up, I crossed. And then, but I realised that I was too late. So while I was walking along very slowly behind everybody, I met Jo from who's the lead on Ride Carnival, and she was dressed up in one of the dance costumes because she dances with the Solent Samba group, Samba Solent or Solent Samba. I've forgotten which way round it goes. Never mind. Anyway, so she said the frogs are not. I was going to see the frogs. And she said they're not down there because their costumes are so hot. They can only do about 15 minutes, and it was a very hot day today. So they've got they're great big frogs like this. They're plastic costumes, and then this bit is plastic where they look through, and they almost need windscreen wipers because they get so hot inside. So they hadn't done it. So I was sorry to have missed them, but I was glad that I could spend time in the arcade, in the museum. And I have already taken the frogs, pictures of the frogs, and they'll be in Ride Carnival, and they will be in. They'll probably. I don't know if they're doing Sandown Illuminated. Yes, they're doing Sandown Illuminated because they're actually giving me a lift, so they must be doing Sandown Illuminated, and they will be in the Ride Carnivals as well. So I will get more of them. So then, what time? It was about 11, and no, they were there at 11, and this was coming like 12 o'clock, and I was going to go and do a bit of live streaming on the Eastern Gardens, but I was so late, and there was so many people about, and the ground was bumpy, and I thought it will be crowded there. It will be difficult to do that today. So I just decided to go I rang Tracy and I said, where are you going to be for the ride out? And then we were just trying to decide where to go for the ride out. And they were going, I'd found a nice little shady spot outside the Ride Castle where I did live streamed in the pouring rain in 2018. But we decided on, that further up might be better. So I eventually got to the end of the Esplanade and just went in the next bit round, and I found a lovely shady space there. So that as they were coming round the bend, I got all the trees, I got the lovely, the blue sky, I got the back of the Esplanade, and you could see Portsmouth right in the distance of my live stream. Well, it wasn't live. I did a bit of live, and then the signal dropped, so I videoed it. So that video will go up at some stage. Not tonight, I don't think. And so we streamed from there. So Tracy and Tash and Steve, they came and found me, and Tracy's husband was in the parade, in the ride out. So I live streamed before. So I was standing back in the shady bit, but then I realised that people were walking past on the other side. So I stood right on the edge of the pavement. And then most of them, so Tracy and Tasha were around, but most of them managed to wriggle behind us and not come in front of the camera, which, we don't want people keep walking in front of the camera when you've got all these lovely scooters going by. But, it is what it is. We have to do what we do. But we cracked it in the end between us, and people went behind Tracy and Tasha, and that was good, and Stephen. And so Tracy's saying her husband was riding in the ride out, and we had told him where we were going to stand, so he knew where to look for them. Because, of course, when they're whizzing by on their scooters, it's very difficult for them to spot people in the crowd and keep their eye on the road as well. So wait a minute. So Tracy's saying the poor lad got out of his costume last night, and it looked like someone had tipped a bucket of water on him. Bless him. Yeah, this is Sean. He was in one of the frog costumes. He did. He and his dad had the same T-shirts on, but they didn't look the same because Sean's was absolutely soaking wet. So it had changed to a darker purple. I think it was purple. So anyway, yes. So so we had a wonderful time down there. So that was at, you know, we've done that. So I've got the live, but we live streamed, and then it seemed like, no, we videoed, and then it seemed like it was the end of the carnival, end of the procession, end of the ride out. And so people were walking away. And then all of a sudden, a few more came round the corner. And then a few more came round the corner. And then a few more came round. By which time I'd already switched the camera off. Because it was strange, because one year it was torrential rain and my camera nearly shut down in the rain. And I managed to get it open and do that recording. The next year I recorded it, it was so hot, my camera shut down in the middle of it because the heat was on the camera. Well, today, although we were in the shade, we were in a quite a bit of shade. The camera itself had got the sun beating on it, and I have got a little umbrella it's actually one of those that's silver lined for photographers, and I can't fix it onto the camera. There will be a way, but I haven't got the gadget to fix it onto my iographer. But and Tasha, bless her, she was great, because I knew it was in the back of Navy Nora, and I was sitting down and I was streaming, and she managed to get it out for me. So I just held it up over the camera so that it would shield the camera and the camera wouldn't shut down. Nothing worse than trying to stream a ride out with thousands and thousands of scooterists and the camera shuts off. So it didn't. But my fear was, when I was videoing that, I think I mentioned this earlier in the podcast, my fear was that if somebody rang me while I was videoing it, it would cut off. It cuts off the live stream. But actually, I think, no, so I thought that when I was live streaming, I thought if somebody rings me, it's gonna mess this up. But actually, when I live stream, if they ring me, I can stop the call. I can, kill the call. When I'm on video, I can't, if somebody calls, it will stop. That's right, it will just cut out, and that would be awful in the middle, but nothing I could do about it. So we got through just over 20 minutes, I think 22 minutes. And I do remember that previous one where it had shut down, I'd done 29 minutes on a ride out. So I'm thinking, well, we've got so many scooterists, why are we stopping at 22 minutes? But obviously there were a lot more of them that came round and we didn't catch them on camera. But so it was later. It wasn't then that if I put my, that's right, yeah, yes, I went into the shop. If I put my camera on aeroplane mode and video, then no calls, nobody can call me while I'm videoing. So when I went to the bus museum later, that's what I did. I remembered to do that. I didn't remember the first bit of recording over there, but then I'd stop the camera while they were changing places, and then the next entertainers. I then remembered to put it on aeroplane mode. But yes, so after I finished the ride out, Tracy and Tasha and Steve, they were all going off to do some shopping or something. And because I was down that end, there's a wonderful shop called Zetam. It's above the Duck. The Duck is a restaurant. There used to be a Chinese restaurant on this particular spot, and it had a mysterious fire. One of those fires you think, was that deliberate or not? I don't know. Maybe. I never did hear the end of that story. But in its place, there's a wonderful restaurant now called The Duck. And above it, there's an amazing shop. There's also, up there, disabled toilet and ordinary toilets up there. And you say, oh, they're upstairs. Yes, but they have a lift. And I was going to go to this shop when they first opened 18 months ago, but the lift was broken. And so I didn't go because I couldn't get up there. And then I've never been back since because it's that end of town and I don't often go to that bit over there. But I was just within spitting distance and I said to Tracy, I've got to go there. I was watching the clock because I wanted to be at the bus museum at 2:30 because they had the male voice choir, the New Church male voice choir going on. And they had the Seagulls Shanty Group, I think that's what they're called. And I wanted to be there to stream that as well. But I wanted to go in the shop. And so so I went to the shop and the lift was working. So Tracy actually went round and checked that where the lift, because I didn't even know how you got into it. So you actually go into the restaurant and then through, and the lift is round there. So Tracy checked that out for me. And then, so the girl helped me, she opened the lift door for me, and there was a vacuum cleaner. But she removed the vacuum cleaner and I went up in the lift. And I went in and I did lots of photographs around the shop, and I said hello to Kelly. So I knew Kelly. I met Kelly years ago. They used to run a home-based print business, and I had some wonderful banners made by them years ago. Very quick turnout. We needed banners quickly, and they were amazing. But it had always been Kelly's dream to have a shop. She'd had ill health in the past. Seagull Shanty, thank you, Richard. And she'd had a shop. She'd always wanted a shop, but she'd had some health issues, I think, in the past. Anyway, her dream came true because they got this shop above the Duck, and they house in there 80 different crafters. They've got crafts from 80 different people, and you really need to watch. So I did. I videoed, didn't I? Yes, I did, because the signal's bad there. I videoed, and so I've videoed all around that shop. So I will put that up in due course. May go up tomorrow, may not, depends. And some amazing things in there. But I did not come out without spending money. See these beautiful earrings. And these are the ones I had to wear tonight because they match the T-shirt. But let me show you what else. I forgot to show you. When I was at East Cowes, I got a flag. They issued flags for us to wave. And I think these are obviously sponsored by Red Funnel. It says Red Funnel, East Cowes Carnival, East Cowes Town Council. And there's a frog on there because I think that's the emblem. That's a mascot or a logo that they've been using. So that was wonderful. So I did wave it in front of the camera just so that you could see that I had one. So look what I bought myself. I didn't buy myself one set of earrings. I didn't buy myself 2 sets of earrings. I didn't buy myself 3 sets of earrings. I bought myself 4 pairs of earrings. Would you like to see them all? So wait a minute. So Richard's so Richard is telling Susan that the hovercraft residence it's £20. He's answering something that happened much earlier in the broadcast. So I'll let you deal with that with Susan. So look at what the beautiful earrings I've got. So these are little flip-flops, and look, ice cream earrings. Look, ice cream cones. So that'll be when I'm wearing pinky things or purpley things. And I could not resist these. I've made some crabs. I was making lobsters the other day and I thought I just have to. I don't have any. They're a bit orangey and I don't have colours that colour, but I don't care. I shall wear them anyway, and I shall wear them with pride. So I got those, and then look, I just had to buy. They've twisted round because they're on a look. Whoops. I've got that one up the wrong way. Let's get them up the right way. I've got Isle of Wight earrings. And I could only see them in blue or orange. And I didn't want orange because that's not one of my colours. So I picked up a greeny, sort of greeny that might go with this blue. And I said, I would rather have had another colour. And she went round the other side and she said, would you like purple ones? Would I like purple ones? Oh, what a question. So I bought purple Isle of Wight Isle of Wight shaped earrings. But that was not all. That was not all I bought. Who could resist pastry cutters in the shape of the Isle of Wight? Actually, let's take them out because the thing is shining on me. And, you know, people apparently use these for all sorts of things, not for just pastry. You can use them for cutting dough and all sorts of things like that. And she was Kerry, I think it's Kerry, isn't it? Not Kelly. Oh, I think it's Kerry. I've forgotten whether it's Kerry or Kelly. And look, pastry, and they're glittery. Look, they're glittery. And she was telling me, these earrings are such fun, aren't they? And she was telling me that somebody the other day bought this. Her husband wanted, what did he want? He wanted an Isle of Wight meal. So I think she cut him. I don't know if she did a toasty or a sandwich. She used these cutters to cut him out an Isle of Wight meal. So I thought that was amazing, and you know, that sort of set my brain going. I could use these to print with. You know, I could print Isle of Wight shapes and do them perhaps in my paper crafting. So that would just be amazing. There's so many things I could do with the Isle of Wight shape. So I thought I had to buy those. So I've treated myself. My goodness. You know, I treated myself to this. I treated myself to new nails yesterday. I treated myself to 4 pairs of earrings and this. You know, so these were quite reasonable price. So these earrings were they were £5. I thought that was pretty good. No, wait a minute. No, they weren't. No, they weren't. These were £5, the Isle of Wight ones. And I think these ones were only £3 each. These other ones, the ones I got on, I'm pretty sure they were only £3. 3, 6, 9, and 9 and 5. What's 9 and 5? 14 and £7.50 for those. I thought that was really pretty good. I'm supporting local businesses. Hang on. So Tracy's saying she's liking these shapes. Wait a minute. So Tracy's saying, oh, does that mean next time we visit you, you're going to make us some Isle of Wight shapes? Look, Yvonne King, looks like a meet-up at Lynn's soon. Wait a minute, that's jumped again because people are commenting. Hang on, it's all jumped. With Lynn's homemade Isle of Wight cakes. Oh my goodness. So £21.50. Yes, that's right. That's what for a minute I thought I'd got it wrong, but yes, that was what it was. That's what I paid, £21.50. I thought that was not a bad little present to myself. And so, you know, got to do that. It's got to be done, hasn't it? So, and these, I could just see so much potential with these. And now, of course, Tracy wants cakes. We want me to make cakes in this shape. I don't do cakes anymore. Never mind. Put the thinking cap on. No, I can't put the thinking cap on because I got the ears on. So that was what I did then. And we're nearly getting to the end. My goodness, we better hurry up, otherwise we'll do 5 hours. And I'm going to need the loo soon, so I might have to leave you for a loo break. No. So anyway, let's finish this up because I really do need to go to bed, I think, and so do most of you. So not Hazel, because Hazel's in Australia, so she's in waking up time, and Heather's behind us, and about 5 hours behind us in the States. What was I going to say? Yes, so I finished up, you know, spending money. You can't do cakes, and I don't do carnival float. You don't do cakes, and she doesn't do the carnival float. I did that in your head. So, oh, you still got it. Excellent. So did I miss something else there? You could make the cakes, and we can eat them. Oh, yes, I like that. You know, that's a great idea. Why not? Those, yes, Heather's saying these earrings are so much fun. They really are. I just love it. I knew because I'm a live streamer, you know, it adds a bit more dimension, doesn't it? You know, why not? So that was great. So yes, so then I left Z-Tams, and I tried to ring a taxi. And it rang and rang and rang and rang, like it did this morning. They couldn't give me a taxi to go down because they were too busy. They could give me it an hour later. And then, folks, I'm going to have to go to the toilet. I'm not going to stop the stream. I'll come back and tell you this, but I have been too long and we don't want any nasties on the live stream, do we? Talk amongst yourselves for a minute, folks. I'm sorry. Whoa. And my legs are... Oh, they're collapsing because I've sat down too long. Wait a minute. Sorry, this is not the most elegant I need to get past the camera. Sorry, folks. I'm trying to get past the camera. I will see you in a moment. Whoops. I will be back. Don't go away. I'm coming back, folks. I am coming back. Can I wiggle round past the camera? Let's move the camera out the way while I squeeze in this little gap. Actually, I don't know why I didn't push that cupboard over. It's on wheels, and I could have pushed it over and got past much more easily. But I'd be dangerous with a brain, wouldn't I? So, did you talk amongst yourselves? Whoops. Let's have a look. What have you been up to while I've been away? And isn't it funny, when you want to do a quick wee, you can't. Too much toilet talk. Too much toilet talk. So Richard is telling Susan about some discounts and things. That's good. Wait a minute. Let's just bring the camera back a bit. So Susan's saying those cookie. Hang on. Did I move that? So I pushed it down a bit, maybe. So Susan's saying they're smart, those Isle of Wight cookie cutters. How much are they? They're £7.50. And you've got 1, 2, 3, and it says food grade Zetam and Co at Appley Rise. Hand wash only, please. Hand wash only. Please wash before and after use. And so they've been made on the island by Zetam Design and Print. They've made them themselves, and that's just amazing. I just love it. I saw them and I thought I was going to buy them for my grandchildren. I thought, no, I want them for me. I have to buy some more for them, maybe. So £7.50 they were. You don't do cakes. So Richard's giving you the total, but the actual cutters were £7.50. Might have to have a set of those cutters, you think? Yes, you might well have to, Susan. You don't. Right. So don't do cakes and don't do carnival floats. Added that. Oh, right. Okay. Hang on. I've missed a comment. See, even you can make. That's right. So we're going to have a party. Well, if we're going to have a party, then we'll have to celebrate my birthday because that's coming up. I told them that in the bus museum. They were saying something about the bus museum and closing. I said something. Oh, you have to have a party for me in the bus museum. We could go and have a bus party, couldn't we? So Party at Golivegranny's house. I see. I better do a bit more tidying up first because there's not a lot of room. There's still things, I've been sorting out for years and tidying up for years. I still haven't managed it because I now keep going out. But I have I did put the other IKEA unit together the other day. Remember, I had a new bookcase and another unit, and I want another bookcase. Susan, I don't know if you want the other matching bookcase to the one you had, because I want to buy another new one. I haven't ordered it yet, but if you want the other one, you can have it. And then I need to talk to you about the other stuff I've got. Right, sorry, that was a little aside to Susan while she's watching the broadcast. Right, so let's see. Right. Oh, look, Richard has come to the party too. Have you got room for us all? No, I have not got room for you all. We'll have a garden tidying party. You can all come and help me clear all those pots out of the garden. How about that? That's something I would like to do. Right, so Susan's saying yes, please, but I don't know if she's saying yes, please to come into the party or yes, please to the cookie cutters. I don't know. But that's an amazing shop. There was so much in there. I reckon I could do all my Christmas shopping in that shop. There was something for everybody in there, and it was all by our talented local businesses. 80 crafters, and there are people waiting, to be allowed to sell in that shop. It's just amazing. So when I came out of there, I used the loo because I could, and I was there, and it was handy. And then I could give a report on it too, couldn't I? It was lovely and clean in there, and it was, there was a disabled for loo, and there was the ordinary loo. I didn't go in the ordinary loos, didn't need to. And then I went back down in the lift. This time it didn't have a Hoover in it, so I went down in the lift. Went to ring a taxi because, yes, please. Right, she's saying yes, please. Yes, Susan. Thank you, Richard, for interpreting. Yes, Susan, you can have the bookcase. We'll talk about that offline, about when you're going to collect it, etc. There's not an urgency at the minute because I haven't ordered the next one, the new one that's going in its place. I've missed a trick there, Lynn. If we all come into the party, you could get. Well, I don't have to miss the trick. If you're coming to the party, it will be a. Do a something in return for your cakes. If you're going to expect me to make cakes, then I'm going to expect you to help me with something. Same old. So anyway, couldn't get the taxi. Now, the bus museum. So Tracy, you don't know how I got to the bus museum, do you? Because when I left you, I was going to probably walk back to the bus station. Well, I suddenly realised that if I got to go to the bus station, that walk to the bus station is a very long walk. And I'm thinking, I think the bus station isn't as far away as the bus depot. So I could walk on the flat to get the bus to go to the bus museum. It would take me quite a while, and I was already late leaving ZTAMS, and the male voice choir were going to be singing at 2:30, and I wanted to be there at 2:30. And I thought, well, the taxi's not going to answer. They're not going to answer the phone because they're too busy, too many people wanting taxis. How dare they? Anyway. And I thought, oh gosh, it's going to take me ages to get back to the bus station. Then I've got to wait for a bus, and then I've got to get all the way round. And I suddenly realised that where I was, I'm thinking, well, the bus station, I was thinking, right, I've got to go all the way there to get to the bus station, but I'm sure that the bus museum is over here somewhere, not that far from where I was. Well, Tracy, no, I didn't tell you. Time Bank, yes, I will use Time Bank people to help me. Actually, I've already asked them to help me do some of the clearing tasks for the garden. So that is a task I'm putting over to Time Bank. So if other people do things for me and I do things for other people, no money exchanges hands. And so what I decided, Tracy, you'll think I'm bonkers. I decided, well, I was in a bad signal area and I wanted to put Google Maps on to find out exactly where the bus station was from where I was standing. I knew vaguely where it was, and I thought, oh, I need to know which road to go up. And so, of course, it didn't load. Why would it? Why would it load when I want to know where I'm going? So I thought, do you know what? I think if I walk up. So I went up. What was that road? It wasn't, you were parked in Park Road, weren't you, today? And I didn't know where Park Road was when you were telling me, Tracy, but I now know where Park Road is because I went up that road. So would that be West Hill Road? I think East Hill Road goes round towards Tesco's, doesn't it? And West Hill's the other one. Well, whichever one it was. And I went that way because I was trying to cross the road from where we stood, and I couldn't see round the corner, and scooters kept coming round and cars kept coming round, and I thought, I don't want to be mincemeat on the road. So I went further round, and then I crossed at the end of where East Hill and West Hill join. So, all right, so I went up West Hill. So I walked all the way up there, Tracy, and the sun was beating down. There was no shady side of the street. So I walked all the way up that hill and then into Park Road. And, of course, Park Road comes into Rink Road. Rink Road is where the bus station is. So it was actually very near where I was. It wasn't that far. And it would have been bonkers to go the other way. Because even if I went to the bus station, I had to negotiate all the people standing outside Super Bowl unless I'd crossed over on the other side. I could have done it on the other side of the road. But it was just too much of a nightmare. So I walked all the way, and then I came, there's a little bridge there, and when you're standing on the bridge, you can see into the bus museum, and I could see that they were all sitting ready for the concert, and outside the bit where the people were sitting for the concert in the bus museum, there was an open top bus, and people were sitting on the open top bus ready to watch the concert in the bus museum. And so I took some pictures over there, but I thought I'd better hurry up. They haven't actually started the concert yet. I was expecting to hear it all happening. And I managed to get into the bus station before they started. And then, of course, I wanted to sit right down the front. And I could see a couple of seats, so I went down there, but they were not available. Those seats were already taken by somebody, I didn't know who. But I managed to squeeze in. There was a gentleman who didn't... Yes, I was mad, Tracy. But I wanted to get to the bus museum. And so there was a gentleman who didn't really like me wanting to squeeze in there. Dancing could be a new hobby. I don't think I should try dancing because I don't walk very well. I don't walk without a walker. If I tried dancing, I think I might fall over, Tracy. I could do dancing with my walker, maybe. But anyway, so there were all these people sitting waiting for the choir to start, and they were doing some photographs of the choir and the seagulls. Shanty. I forgot what you told me they were. Anyway, so they're doing photographs. I thought, right, I can nip in. So I tried to nip in, but those seats weren't available. And then I could see some more seats. So I said, oh, is that one available? And he said, yes. But he had to move a bit, and there was another guy, and I don't know whether he really wanted me to go in there. But anyway, I decided that's where I was going, and there wasn't an issue, really. And I got in there, but then I was sitting on a seat. Then the the seagulls came out, and there were only enough seats for each of them. So the seat I was sitting on was for one of them. But I said, it doesn't matter because I got Navy Nora. So I took my bags off Navy Nora, sat on that, got my tripod out, managed to do all that flapping around before they started, because otherwise it would have been annoying people behind me. But so I then had some of these people sitting in front of me, but I have a tripod that goes high, and I could push the tripod right up in the air and have the camera right up here, and I can still see what's going on it. So I put it on. I started the video and realised I hadn't put it into airplane mode, and so if somebody rang me, that was going to be a disaster. So anyway, I thought, well, I'm not going to stop it now, but they did a short set, and then they sat down, and all these girls that were here then had to go and get round the front. So I didn't want to video all that kerfuffle. So I stopped the video, quickly put it onto aeroplane mode, and then managed to, start it. So when the girls were singing, I put the camera down, so it's up high. I could put it right down low in front of me, and move it over a bit so I didn't get the gentleman sitting here. I put it up there so it didn't get any of the people in front. But when the girls moved, they weren't there in front because they were singing. And this gentleman, I just managed to move it away so it didn't get his ear in. And so I was doing this, and then And then the girls did some wonderful shanty singing, and or whatever you call it, I don't know. It was lovely, and you'll see when I get the videos up. And then so after that, the male voice sang again, and then the shanty girl sang again. They swapped over and they swapped over. So that was wonderful and amazing. I think probably about an hour they did. And then at the end of that, I was chatting to Alex, who I met yesterday. I saw her yesterday. I've met her around the town, and she's now she watches the live stream. I'm not sure she's watching now. I don't think so, but she does watch. We were part in Holly Tree Close, just off Park Road. I don't know which one that was, but I now know which is Park Road. And so after that, I went and chatted to Alex and did a bit of chatting around there. And then I hadn't yet had my lunch. So they were performing at 2:30, so it must be now about 3:30. 4 hours and 50 minutes now. Well, we'll go 10 minutes more, and then I'll cut off at 5 hours, okay? And I have got the battery charger on. Let's see. Oh, the charger's run right out of off the battery charger now, so it might cut. I don't think it'll cut us off before. I think it's probably charged the phone enough. We will see. If we get cut off, it's because the power's gone, and I can't see how much charge I've got on while I'm live streaming, unfortunately. So I'll try and finish this story. So I hadn't had my lunch. I wanted to eat my lunch during the concert, but there were people right here, and there were people, and the shanty ladies were right there, and I thought, if I start fiddling about in my bag to get food out, that might not be a good look. It might be irritating. So I decided that I would not eat then. So when the thing was over, I went round. So they have a cafe in the bus museum, and so I went round and bought a coffee. And then I said, I'm going to be cheeky and eat my own lunch. But actually, what I did, I actually made a contribution as well. I'd already put something in the bucket, because they pass the buckets round to get contributions. The concert was free, but make a donation. So that's what I'd already made a donation, but I didn't have in as much for my donation in cash as I wanted to. I'd wanted to put a bit more in there, just because they do such a great job. And so when I went round for my coffee, I didn't have any cash for my coffee, and I thought the coffee was £2, and I thought, you know what? I don't want to present a card for £2 because I know they have bank charges on it. So I said, oh, charge me £5 for my coffee. Because I'd wanted to put more in the bucket, so I did it that way. So they got the money, but they didn't get it the way I was going to do it. So that was fine. So I didn't feel so cheeky about eating my lunch in there, because they do food, but they know that I am gluten-free. They know I'm doing Slimming World, and of course I've just done all this videoing for them, so although they joked about it, they were fine about it. So I sat and ate my lunch, and lovely Teresa, who I met years and years ago, she was there, and so we had a good old catch up. And then I had a catch up with Diane, who's one of the she's one of the volunteers there, and had a catch up with her. And then Shirley, who's actually sort of leading. She's driving all these wonderful things. She's not driving the buses. She's driving all these wonderful events that are raising all this money to keep the bus station open. It's an amazing place. And so I was chatting, and then Shirley went off and did something. And then I suddenly realised, I said to Teresa, my goodness, it's 4:30. They close at 4. Which they do, but they were still tidying up, and they didn't mind us still sitting there. And then I was, still chatting on to Di, and I said, all right, I'm going to go and phone and see if I can get a taxi now. I said, I couldn't get a taxi earlier, but I'm certainly not going to take the bus home, because I would have had a long walk to get a bus. I know I was in the bus museum, but those buses don't come out and take me home. So I said, all right, I'm going to go and see if I can get a taxi. And Di said to me, oh, I think we can give you a lift home. I said, can you get my trolley and all my stuff in? Yes, they said. So how blessed was I? I had a lift home, and that was just amazing, right to my door, which was wonderful because I was quite tired when I got in, and I'm quite tired now. So, I am going to go in a minute. I'm just going to see what Darcy's saying. Creations is a place where it's another home. That's what it feels like. Yeah. And I know that I know I talked about my children in the boys' brigade earlier, and my daughter joining in as well. With the girls were allowed to join with the boys. And that was like a home from home, and I always knew where my children were when they were in with that crowd. I never worried about them because I knew they were always safe. I haven't got a shilling for the meter. Wait a minute, I've forgotten what does that? Hang on, I missed something there, I think. Did I miss something else? Oh, yes. Stephen said if you could get Navy Nor in his car, he would have given you a lift, but it won't fit in Stephen's boot. Okay, that's all right. I don't, that. Thank him very much, and that's a very kind gesture, and I appreciate that. So 4 hours, 50 minutes then, Richard said. Wait a minute. And you haven't got a shilling for the meter. Good job, I haven't got a meter. Well, I have got a meter, obviously. But you don't have to put money in it, fortunately, anymore. They just whip it out of your bank account, don't they? So, never mind. Recharge on phone and power go. Oh, yes, of course, sorry. Richard, I lost where you were at. And I just need a little bit more of my... So, folks, that was how I spent my day. And, of course, I got home here in plenty of time to chill out, to try and set up. I started to try and load some of the video. I've got so much to load up now, videos, and then getting all the live streams put onto YouTube. So much to do. I have got 4 carnivals. I've got 1 carnival tomorrow. 1 carnival, so tomorrow, sort of late afternoon, I will be going out for that. I better check the bus times that Tracy sent me. I haven't written them down. I'll go back in the conversation and we'll find them. I've got Wednesday evening is a late one, but I've got a lift there, so that is Sandown Illuminated Carnival. Thursday I don't need a lift because it's Ryde Carnival and I live in Ryde, so that's easy peasy. And Saturday I live in Ryde and that's easy peasy, and that's the Illuminated Carnival, and then that's the end of all the carnivals for now. And but in between I'm going to try and do a lot of calming down and a lot of chilling down. Not an early night tonight then, Lynn. Bet you're still awake. Still be awake before 5. But she won't. No. So I don't know. I can lie in late because the only thing I've got to do is, start loading the video. I was going to show you what I was making on my knitting. I forgot to show you what I was making. So then, there's a little bit of black. A little bit of black as a clue, but I don't think it's going to give you much of a clue, do you? So I am making, out of this lovely new book that I happened to buy the other day. Look, that was that lovely book. I am making, not the badger, but same colours. I am making a panda bear. But I've not been knitting with the same furiousness as I was knitting when I was trying to get all those things done for the carnival fundraising. I've had a bit of a chill out on this now. So let's... Oh, look, Tracy's reminding me of them. Look, right, I have a notebook. Tracy, thank you. Right, so 1640 or 1745. So wait a minute, what am I getting? What number bus am I getting? Forgotten. Where am I going? Oh, I'm going to St Helens. So that'll be the number 8, won't it? So that's the number 8. I need to get either 1640 or 1745. Remind me what time the carnival was. What the kind the carnival is going. So Richard's saying, yes, whipping a huge charge out of his bank account. With credit, your monthly gas and electric bill this month is £5.96. Right, okay. I got £100 back from from Octopus Energy, because I had built up too much and I wanted it back. I needed it in my account, not in their account. Yes, number 8. Right. So in that case, I've got to work out what time I need to be down at the seafront if I'm going to get the 16:40 or the 17:45. Do the eights go up? They go up George Street, don't they? If they go up George Street, I might even get a taxi to outside the library. I've done that before and intercept them when they go up that way. But yes, so that's what I need to do. Number 8, that's it. So there we go. And Heather thinks that's cute. That panda, it will be loved. That will be so super when it's done. That panda, I'm sure it's going to be lovely. I do enjoy making these things. Can you tell? Right. So that is what I am going to do tomorrow. Going to chill out most of the day. Tuesday I've got my coffee morning, and Tuesday evening I'm now a trustee for the little community centre that we're trying to bring back into use. It's opposite my house, but they're going to do that. They're going to do that online. It was going to be a physical meeting where I had to go into town, but some people can't get there, so they're doing it online, and I am so pleased. And Tracy's giving me the information. Judging at 5:45 and leaving at 6:30, and it goes up at George Street. So I might well treat myself to a taxi, if I can get hold of a taxi, and meet in George Street. Otherwise, I will get to the number 9 down to the seafront and pick it up from there. Thank you, team Golivegranny. Between you, you've sorted me out. And so now, I really think we should perhaps finish the broadcast. So yes, as I say, Tuesday, coffee morning, and then an online meeting. Wednesday, only the carnival in the evening, so another chill out day. Thursday, another chill out day till the carnival in the evening. Friday is my, the community cuppa group I do, and chill out in the afternoon. I'm sure I've forgotten something. And then on Saturday, I don't know what's going on in the day on Saturday. If you can't, the number 9 leaves from the same stand as the 37. Okay, right, so that's good. Yes, I'll see what I'll do. I'll make sure I get myself down there in plenty of time. And of course, at that time, let me see, is the disabled toilet still open at the interchange? Let me think. So what time would I be leaving the interchange? You did just tell me. And I scroll back. Wait a minute. 16:40. I do believe that the toilet might still be open at the interchange before I get on the 16:40. If I leave it till 17:45, I probably won't be able to go to the toilet at the interchange. Thank you for all this wonderful information. And so, folks, I do believe we're just on the 5-hour mark, and I do believe I really should go to bed. Don't you? I can feel I'm getting all tired around my eyes here now. So I think it might just be an idea if we finish the stream. I don't know the other 5-hour one, whether I did just over 5 hours or just under 5 hours. Who knows? But 5 hours, well done, and great that I'm an online trustee for the community centre. Thank you. Excellent. So, folks, thank you all for joining me. It's been amazing. If you're a replay viewer, I hope you've made it all the way through to the end. You won't hear this message if you didn't. And so thank you so much. I so appreciate all of you. All of you, for those of you helping me with information. And I do need to get some sleep, Heather, don't I? But I bet you even now I need a few minutes wind down time before I actually get into bed. I don't think I'll go straight off to bed even if I got in now. So just a few minutes. Otherwise, I'll fall asleep in the chair. But if I fall asleep, do you know I sleep so well in this chair? Sometimes I sleep better in this chair than I do in my bed. But anyway, thank you. You've been an amazing audience, and just such a fantastic community. So I am sure that this next week will not be without shenanigans. One of the things I must do is chase that next repayment but see if I can do it as a compensation one. And you never know, they might give me another £100. I don't think they will. So I'm glad you've had a wonderful evening here with me. Had a wonderful day, wonderful afternoon with you, Tracy, and your gang. And just amazing. What an amazing week it's been. Just so lovely. So, folks, that is it. I am going to go. Otherwise, I'll fall asleep on camera. And I've not done that yet. And I don't really want to do it now. I think I snore. Bye, everybody. See you soon.